Why, hello and welcome everybody. Also, good morning. So today, as ritual, we are here with the Righteous Fire 3.28 Mirage campaign run. Now, as usual, we can't actually simulate this in Mirage, so we'll be playing it in 3.27, but have no fear, everything is as updated as we can make it for 3.28. Now, if you've never done this before, we just have a short little intro to kind of jumpstart the newer players, so bear with me for just a few minutes. You want to start by coming over to my website, Pohx.net. Very clean at the moment, no ads. The reasoning for this is a couple of things. Number one, you have a built-in loot filter you can use right here. You simply click it, you go to my profile, and there should be a little follow button. We're going to be using this top one. The name is going to change, don't worry. Just look at the one with the most followers. You can't really worry about it. Just follow that, and that's what we're going to be using for the campaign run. Next up, if you get stuck at any point in time, you are free to use the FAQ and troubleshoot. For example, maybe you're lacking dexterity. You can go over here and search your question and it will pop out an answer for you. One of the other things I'd like to state is this is where we do use Path of Building. You can see the RF Chieftain League Starter here. All you're going to do is hit that copy link button, and then you're going to need to open up your Path of Building. So for right here, we're just going to go ahead and hit new, and we're going to import. Now, just know that this will be updated. Right now, the website's lagging behind a little, but there's no changes really to leveling. It's mainly like in the end game, so everything is valid to follow. Also, as a reminder, if you are playing this on League Start, make sure you get the latest POB. Oftentimes, people will take the POB from a week ago and never update, so that's always good to have. Now, when you import this in, you're just going to post it right here under your import settings. There's a couple things to note, and then we can start our run. So, number one, if you are the person who needs a little bit extra help, pay attention to the Notes tab. It looks like a lot. It's really simple. It is set by level breakdown. Level breakdown is important because these levels are in sync with your items, your skills, and your tree. So an easy way to explain this. If you are level 1 to 20, you click the loadout feature here. This will sync your items to your skills, to your tree, and then in the notes, you can look at the 1 to 20. This will kind of give you a description of what you're doing in this loadout. This is very good for players who want quick clarity on what they're supposed to be doing and kind of like what is changing. One note, this section, we are dropping spiritual aid. If you know what that means, good. If you don't worry about it. It just means we're removing this line. As you go through the POB, this will continue to evolve and get more complex. So make sure you pay attention and kind of keep up with this. All right. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and close out of this for now, and we're going to get our run started. Do note that we do start with a mule. It's not a big deal. It's about 10 minutes of your time, even if you're really slow, and it does actually save you time in the end by making a mule. A mule basically means we're going to hit create, right? I'm just going to select SSF. I'm going to select witch, name her whatever we want, and hit enter. Now, the reasoning for this character is the following. You are going to get extra items for your Marauder to assist you in the campaign. You're going to get an extra Quicksilver Flask, which is really good for movement speed. And you get an extra chance at finding gear that your character is going to want. Now, before we get started on this, in the notes here, there is a regex. The regex is posted up at the start right here. You want to copy this. This is very important because by copying this, it's going to highlight gear that you need. Now, what's important to understand is the regex cannot highlight every single item that you need, right? There's going to be some items that you don't want, and you're going to have to just pay attention and go through each one. An example is maybe you need a blue weapon because you want to use rolling magma with combustion along with whatever the third link is we run in there. I think elemental proliferation. It doesn't mean you need to buy every single one, right? Every single blue link. You have to use a little bit of common sense, and this does kind of get better as you start playing more, so don't worry too much. Best thing you can do is just take it slowly, one step at a time, and just kind of follow what I'm doing. One big thing to note is when we are running through with our characters, you want to make sure you're picking up every blue item and rare item, and you want to vendor it. You don't want to ID it if it's not going to be good for you. Like, for example, a bow. We're not going to use a bow, right? Why? Because that's just not part of our build. So we're going to vendor that. And that's going to give you what's called transmutation shards. See them right here. These are vital for our character because we are going to need them to actually start running RF in Act 2. Now, do you remember that regex we had? All you got to do is open up the vendor. So we're going to take our rolling magma here, and we're going to hit paste. And you can see now that it is highlighting stuff. We don't need this. This, I believe, is Holy Flame Totem links. Let's see here. That's 10% movement speed boots. That's a reason why you want to use your regex, right? We don't need these. These are other colors, so we're just going to snag the boots, put them on, and we got movement speed. Now you can go over here, and you can do the same thing. Paste it. So this is highlighting a goat horn. Goat horns are our favored base type for leveling in Act 1 because they add fire damage to spells and attacks. You can see it does 2 to 4 fire. Our current fireball does 10 to 16. So dual wielding those is very, very big. So this is something we want to move towards getting, but not right now. That's just something we're going to get later. Okay, so I'm going to take out fireball because we don't need fireball. And now we're just running rolling magma with arcane surge. Now, one thing to note about your arcane surge is you want to make sure you do not level it on your witch. I think technically you can level it one time, but to make it easier, we're not going to do that. I do the same thing with Arcane Surge. So, when they level up right here, right-click them. When you right-click them, they're going to go all the way down here in the bottom screen. And now they cannot be leveled. I do want to make a very big disclaimer that when you go to your next character, the Marauder, you want to make sure you level them again, right? You don't have to kill all the mobs here. Remember, the purpose of this character is to just do like 2 quests. So you're not trying to like kill everything. You're just trying to run through to the next area. So our goal, we're actually almost done with this character already. We're just going to click that waypoint. We're going to go to the next zone. We're going to clear it. We're going to teleport back. We're going to get our gems. We're going to kill Hailrake, and we're done. It sounds like a lot. It's very quick. So now that we're in Mudflats, I'm just going to go ahead and put some spell damage in. For players who want to go a little bit above and beyond, getting to level 4 on their mule will offer them an extra chance at finding some intelligence gear, which you're going to need on your Marauder. Not something you have to do, but you're free to do that if you want to. We're probably dead, but that's okay. See this chainmail vest here? If we wear this, we're going to take a lot less damage from Roas. This is only because flat armor in the early game helps a ton on characters. Armor gets weaker as you get later into the game, but right now you can see like that mitigated a ton off the charge from before. So here we just got to pick up our 3 glyphs. They're usually in like a kind of like a triangle formation. Okay, that should be our 3. You know, I don't know how I just did that, but I dropped my life flask on the floor. Okay, we're not gonna do that. Okay, give me that, and, give me that back. All right, cool. So here's our 3 right here. We're now going to go look for the little spot to open it, which is Shirley? Maybe? Oh, that we're dead. That's a big pack. So if you want to get some extra XP and die, you can do that. Otherwise, you can kind of skip it. Blue packs are worth killing, but again, we don't have to worry too much on this character unless you specifically want to hit level 4. You don't have to. But we're actually going to hit level 4 anyway, so. There's level 4. Okay, so now we're just going to hit this glyph. We're going to go through the submerged. We're going to port back. And this is when we get some really good stuff. So you want to make sure you're grabbing your Flame Wall and your Frostblink. Then you can come over here, paste the regex again. Int gear is very big. So getting this or this, these are both huge for our Marauder. But we can't afford them right now. We can also go over here to Nessa and search. Nothing we can use right now, so we're going to pass them. And then we want to use Flame Wall and Frostblink. You don't really need the Fireball, you can trash that. We're going to coast. Okay, now your new rotation is going to be do not shoot rolling magma unless you use a flame wall. Because your flame wall will make it do way more damage. Prime example, here's a pack of mobs. That's a rolling magma. Here's a pack of mobs. That's a rolling magma with the flame wall. It killed both the packs. Frostblink is a nice utility for essentially not dying. You can use it to reposition like this. You can use it for damage, but I typically just use it to not die. Okay, grab these items. You can do exit to character selection. If you do exit to character selection, it will not put you in the queue on league starts. It'll just take you right here, and you can hit enter, and then you're back here. From here, we get our Quicksilver. We get our Ignite Prolif or Elemental Prolif, and the character's done. That's it. So stash everything.
Yes. Take care.
Just gonna do that really fast. Put everything in. Okay. And then remember that this character did also happen to find, this is important because sometimes you can get a little stuck. We did find an int piece right here. So if we get really unlucky on a Marauder, we could technically buy these boots or this helmet. So that is one important thing. All right, time to make the Marauder.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, Marauder?
Let's go.
The dead should remember their place.
I love the Zevia stuff. It's like drinking Coca-Cola, except it has no sugar. It's actually great. And that's not a sponsor, by the way. I just kind of miss cola, so. All right. It's not an ad, okay? It's refreshing, okay? It's refreshing. It's not an ad, chat. I swear. We also have a Twitch chat in here, so if you guys hear me talking to myself, it's actually talking to them, but I'm gonna ignore them for the most part for you guys. Okay, grab this. If you find a whetstone early, whetstones are very good because you can vendor them for 4 scrolls of wisdom. So prime example, there's that whetstone, and we're just gonna dump all of that in. Perfect. Let's take this currency. Now, we're not using fireball. We are using rolling magma. I'm gonna put this back. Okay. I'm going to take the flame wall. We can't use flame wall or frost blink until we find an int piece. So, as usual, what we can do here, we can post that regex that we have and see if there's anything. Okay, there's an int piece. So that covers our character. We can now officially use the gems once we get a little bit higher level. So, I won't lie to you. This gameplay right now is going to be the definition of what we call scuffed. Now, make sure you click your rolling magma here. So, if you look at it, it says shift click it to level it up. Now, that's not going to display down there anymore. You can ignore the arcane surge. We want to keep that low level. It gets phased out anyway. Chain belt is good. Either chain or leather. Yeah, chain or leather are both good. At level 4, we get a big power spike. At level, I don't know if it's 6 or 8, we get another big power spike. The reason level 4 is a big power spike is level 4 gives us access to Flame Wall, which like triples our damage, and gives us access to Frostblink, so we don't die from getting surrounded. That's very, very big. The next pivot from there would be getting Goat Horns. The next pivot from there is getting a 3-link, because your 3-link will provide you with Ignite Proliferation, which if you've ever played RF Chieftain, are those circles on the floor from your Ignites. Everything, I'll explain everything as we get it, so don't worry. I'm just kind of foreshadowing for you guys. Is that the right word to use? I think so. Okay, now we're going to go through here and do mud flats. Our goal is to hit level 4. So, if we see a blue pack, we are fighting it. The only blue pack we're not going to fight is if it's a fire ignite resistant pack. Later on we can, but for leveling, we are not going to fight a fire and ignite resist pack. You can see that just by playing the Marauder and having the early armor node here and wearing a little bit of armor here, we are so much tankier than our Witch. Definitely not going to die after saying that, right? Surely. Close to 4. I would recommend you do not try to fight Pale Rake, the one we fought on the Witch, until you get your Flame Wall set up. You could fight him earlier. I prefer to wait. I think it's just a lot smoother. So now that we're 4, we're going to go ahead and put on our Flame Wall and our Frostblink. I like dropping the Arcane Surge for Ellie Prolif that we're putting right there. And I'm just going to link the Frostblink with the Arcane Surge. It's very minor. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Okay. We don't need any of these. I like Shield Charge. Shield Charge is optional. It's not mandatory. It is very nice to use for speed, but is not required. It's something you definitely want to use a little bit later, I'd say, once we get some damage. So now we're going to go ahead and go over to the coast. I like setting attack without moving on my Frostblink. What this does is if you click it at max range, it will still Frostblink you. Otherwise, if you click it at max range, your character will... Okay, I swear it makes a difference. Sometimes your character runs forward and Frostblinks, and sometimes your character just Frostblinks. I like doing that, personally. That makes me feel better. I swear there's a difference, I'm not crazy. Picking up a medium Mana Flask is beneficial, as we are going to want a Mana Flask of at least medium by the time we fight one of our big bosses, Brutus. As a reminder, make sure you have leveled up your Rolling Magma from down here, otherwise you're going to do 0 damage. Okay, if you find an Iron Ring, it will make this weird audio cue on the filter. This is because we're going to want 2 Iron Rings by the time we go RF. If you don't find them, you can buy them from the vendor. It's not a big deal. This just kind of helps eliminate a little bit of RNG. JDon, you can just check the POBs. There should be only like 2, I think, at the front page. I'm going to take the second Quicksilver, put it there, swap on the mana, and then I'm going to grab Momentum for our future Shield Charge. I'm going to deposit these. I'm going to grab my portals.
Yes.
Okay, let's vendor that. I'm actually going to wear this helmet because it has 2 blues, and I'm going to save this one. Probably not going to use it, though. And then, of course, if you want to, you can just take a look here, as always. This is what our next goal is, our goat horns at 29 int. We don't have 29 int yet. We'll get 29 int when we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that will be 5 levels. It is a little bit out of the way, and the goat horns are kind of big, but that's life sometimes. Now, with your 2 Quicksilvers and your Frostblink, you should easily be able to navigate most of these areas. You can very easily go like this to kind of like swap yourself around, so that's very good. Now, over here, I believe, is where Dweller is. I just want to double check. That is Dweller. So we're going to put a portal there. You don't have to do this. You could just go fight Dweller. I would not recommend fighting that boss until you at least have Flame Wall and a medium Mana Flask. The boss is very tanky. You can tell it's Dweller if it's before this little, what do we call this, the stairs? The stairs kind of indicate Dweller. And reminder, if you see fire and ignite resist mobs like this, we want to skip them at the beginning. As another reminder, you'll notice that I'm selling my gear unidentified. This is because if you sell it unidentified, you do get transmutation shards instead of, I think, alteration. We need transmutation. Even though you can get free identifying, you really want the transmutation shards. In the future, we're going to be skipping most of these packs and just primarily killing the blue mobs.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, we're on ledge. So from ledge here, what we like to do is when we get to the waypoint in ledge, that's when we backtrack and we go fight Dweller. Now we're getting hit by level requirement there. That's totally fine. Bubble those up. All right. So from this waypoint, we're going to go back, and then we're going to go in here. Same view swipe. All right, now we're at Dweller. This guy is pretty tanky. Big disclaimer, he's pretty tanky, especially considering we're at like the lowest damage point in our character. What we would really want right now would be a Lapis Amulet. Lapis Amulet is the amulet that you want. It gives us like 20 to 30 int, which alleviates all of our early int issues, which allows us to use goat horns right away. I'd say goat horns are probably 50% more damage. We really want goat horns. Okay, I'm stuck here. Help. There we go. That was messed up, man. That was messed up. Don't tell me. Oh my goodness. This is like a full clear Dweller right here. Holy. Okay. Oh, alchemy. That's pretty lucky. I'd say just keep kiting him backwards like this and shooting into your flame wall. That's the best thing you can do. It mitigates a lot of damage. He spawns ads, and I think the ads give you flash charges, so it's not a big deal. If you feel like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? If you feel like, you know, you're running out of charges, you can always open up a portal and you can go back. This guy will give us an essence, and I like to use that essence on a goat horn weapon. Goat horns are our best weapon for early game, and any extra mod we can get can potentially like push it over the edge to make it really good. Here's the Lapis Amulet I was talking about. So there's a 24 and a 29. I'm just gonna take the 29. You know, one is just better than the other. Now we can use goat horns. You can actually see they highlight when we do this. So we're looking for a 2 to 4. 2 to 4 is just better than 2 to 3. So we're gonna grab this one for 1 wisdom. Looks like there's another one for 1 wisdom. Now, we don't have a 3 link yet, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. So we're just going to do Ele Prolif with Rolling Magma. We're going to just swap that right there. And in fact, is this the 2 to 4? That's the 2 to 3. Okay. This one's the 2 to 4. I'm going to use our Essence of Woe here. We hit 10% spell damage. Doesn't really do much. That's what it does naturally. We're going to put Arcane Surge. I guess we can do Arcane Surge, Frost Blink. Flame Wall here, and then we're going to vendor the rest of our gear.
I've traveled inland.
Okay, good. And I'm going to paste this in. No 3 link yet. Okay, onward we go. You do get a skill point for killing Dweller there, and that's what we just redeemed. I'd say moving forward right now, we want to upgrade our life flasks. There's a few ways we can do that. We can buy one out of the vendor. We can get lucky and drop another flask. We can drop another small flask in 3-to-1. 3-to-1 is the process where you open the vendor, sell 3 flasks, and he will give you 3 of the same tier, and he'll give you like a higher tier 1. Grab that. Careful on these goats. I wouldn't stand melee on them because of that molten shell. It won't usually pop from our damage, but if it does pop, it does a ton of damage. And here's a blue pack as an example of what I'd like to fight. Blue packs are really good. And if you feel like you're... Oh, here's a large life flask. If you feel like you want more damage, you could, like, fight the essence mob here, for example, right? This will allow me to use this essence on the other goat horn I have. Ideally, I'd like to wait for a 3-link, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers, so we'll just kill this guy. Grab that. Unequip that for a second. Take the gems out. Use the essence on it. Put it back on, and we got spell damage. So basically nothing. Spell damage doesn't work for the ignite. It does work for the initial hit, so it's okay, but it's not that big of a deal. Alright, I am just really fast going to go hit the waypoint. We don't really need it, but in case of a DC, it's nice to have. I'd say moving forward now, I would like to set up shield charge so we can start going faster. I like setting up shield charge early because it just feels really good to navigate. And you do want to use shield charge when you are RFing in Act 2 in about a little bit more than 10 levels.
I cannot carry this.
Okay. Do that. Swap on you. Okay, we're going to go back and clean out our inventory here really fast.
Slave is not a man. Slave, not even worthy of death.
Faster attacks. Vendor all of that. Do a quick little purchase. Put in the regex.
While we live.
See if we get a 3-link. 3-link would be really nice. Never lucky. No 3-link. I think... Do we get combustion now, or is that later? Ah, yeah. So when we get there to the prison where we're at, we get combustion.
Take care.
Ideally, you use the 3-link. We haven't gotten our 3-link, so I'm going to drop Heli Prolif and run combustion. Combustion will be more damage, but less clear. And then we get versatility. Here's a nice blue pack. I'm going to pull them into the strong box here. Get some extra damage. Alright. If you see these, or like that green icon you saw there, that's the Labyrinth Trial. Labyrinth Trial is going to be mandatory for us ascending in the future. You don't have to do this now, but you want to make sure if you're not doing the Labyrinth Trial, you want to grab the waypoint. This way, thankfully, you always get the waypoint. It's right there at the entrance. And that's just so if you don't do this, you can come back later. Because you don't have to go like out of your way to try to find it, if that makes sense. Like if it's there, you can do it. If not, you can just wait until later.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
I'll just kill this guy. He's almost dead. Okay, perfect. Are you not doing RF? You can't do RF in Act 1. You find it in Act 2, man. Check down here. We are on our way to our first, like, boss. This is going to be Brutus. It is ideal to have 2 mana flasks when fighting him. I am going to fight him with 1, but this means I will probably have to use a portal. I have 6 portals, so that's not really a problem for me. As a reminder for players who don't like rolling magma, if you pay attention to the PoE and kind of look through it as I was showing in the initial, like, first 10 minutes of the video, there is a section in there in the skills for Holy Flame Totem. Holy Flame Totem was buffed this patch, but the buff is really just a clear. I don't really think it will do anything for the build per se, but that's always an option for players. If you come over here, there is a chest that's hidden, and if you click this thing, you can actually open it, and it is a chemist box, which has a chance of getting you multiple quicksilvers. The quicksilvers are nice because you can actually use them later as a recipe to upgrade your boots. You don't have to, it's just kind of like a little bonus. Just gonna do that. I don't like to farm a lot in this zone because the Necromancers use Enfeeble, which lowers your damage, and that's not really what I'm looking for. Alright. Warden's Quarters. Perfect.
Your brawn is about to meet its match, brute. Give the warden my...
Alright, we are basically out of flasks here, so I am going to go back to town and clean out my inventory and refresh my flasks really fast.
Hello. Farewell.
I'm going to keep the iron rings for after. And if you actually want to see what they're used for now, I can show you. You take out red gems from your starting ones, or you can buy them for 1 wisdom. You can vendor them to get ruby rings.
God has a
We want ruby rings for when we go RF, but that's not important, like, right now. That's important for later.
what little help I can offer. While we live,
Okay.
we are blessed.
If you want to be a little tankier, coral rings are really nice as well. We are going to replace them again to ruby later. Alright, Brutus does a lot of damage. You want to make sure to Frostblink to avoid some of his damage. He does his triple slam, you can kind of outrange, and then he does a hook. So I like to keep moving personally. Either when he does that ground slam, I Frostblink over it, or if you get hooked, you can just instantly reposition with Frostblink. So there, I'm just going to Frostblink away. He's going to try to hook, we're going to move, he's going to run at us or do the big ground slam, I'm going to Frostblink over, and you can kind of just keep doing that. Okay, down he goes.
Your spirit is the plaything of the ancestors, slave.
Now there is an iron hat here, which is blue, red. I'm actually gonna ID this because our current one is blue, but it has nothing. Like, it has literally no stats. So I'm gonna do that, and life regen. Okay, got an upgrade, perfect. Swap that on. Very nice. And onward we go.
I cannot do this yet.
Next up, I'd say my goal is setting up shield charge, ASAP. If this guy's tanky, I'm not going to fight him. He is kind of tanky. We're going to skip him. That's not worth my time. Not sure if we're supposed to go left or right here. Okay, left it is. Okay, at this waypoint, I'm going to go back to town, clear out my inventory, hope we get a 3-link, and on top of that, hope we can get colors for shield charge. Vitality is a good pickup here. That's from Brutus. I'm just going to vendor everything. I'm actually going to ID this weapon. Okay, and we're just going to vendor it. Okay, that's just because it's a scepter. You don't really have to do that, but scepters can roll good mods as well.
With no veil dwell.
Okay, we're going to just peek really fast with the regex.
Farewell.
Still alive.
Maybe we get something. Okay, so this is not ideal per se, but there is 3-link boots. So if we buy these and we take, I want to say, a Quicksilver flask. Where'd my tabs go here? Didn't I have an extra Quicksilver? Oh, here we go. If we take a Quicksilver with these boots and I think an augment, this makes a 10% movement speed boot,
While we live, we are.
which you can then technically, I think,
Hello.
do it again to make 15, but then we can't use them because of level. So if you get extra Quicksilvers, that's kind of something a little fancy you can do. But this also is going to give us access to a 3-link now. So we get our Rolling Magma, our Combustion, and then our Ellie Prolif, which is really nice. And then we can vendor these boots. We don't need them anymore. Yeah. Put that there. Didn't find shield charge, sadly. I'm just going to go check really fast at any shields here. Yeah, it's kind of sad. You need at least red, like I'd say red green. Red green is shield charge faster attacks. And then you're good to do shield charge. I don't like running Vitality yet. You absolutely can. I just like saving it till after Merveil because it is a bit mana intensive. I'm going to drop a waypoint right here at the ship graveyard because I found it. And we're going to come back to this. This just saves a little bit of time. You don't have to do this. Where did I go? I have no idea. I do not know this layout. Okay. Either we're going into a dead end or we're going the right way. This might be the right way. This looks like the right way. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna just kill this blue back here. Grab that. So we hit the Cavern of Wrath. We come into the waypoint. We go back to Lion Eyes. And then we enter this portal here. And this will do ship graveyard for us. And this is important because it gives you a skill point. I had a Windows update that I didn't tell it to do, and now everything feels crazy laggy. I'm hoping it just like messed around with my monitor refresh rate, and that's what's causing this. But I don't want to change anything while I'm live, so I guess you got to deal with this for like 6 more hours. I would not use your early currency on strong boxes personally. I would just click them and just run them, and that's it. You'll notice I hold a lot of skill points as well. That's just because in this very early game where I'm at right now, the points that we have are mainly just like traveling strength nodes, and they don't make that much of a difference. Maybe the cache cleared. No, it's all things I'm doing are laggy now. It's weird. To drop a portal, you need a macro, or is it a keybind? There is a keybind you can change in the settings. This mini boss there is optional. You can skip her. After you do this, it takes you right to Fairgraves, and you can just kill them right here. This gives you your skill point. Here you can kind of see the power of Ignite Proliferation. You see these circles? Those circles are the Ignite Prolif. Later on in the build, this is going to be a core part of our clear. And this will trigger from our Ascendancy. That's what you have to look forward to. Okay. Exit to character selection to save a portal.
If you
And we don't need any of these gems here. I'm just going to vendor everything here. Could technically ID the body armor. It doesn't hurt. Like, we're okay on our currency right now.
farewell.
We're actually not okay on our currency. We have, I guess 3 transmutations is okay. It's okay. Since I have 3 of these life flasks, I'm just going to tier them up for a large.
Live. We are blessed.
You don't want to use Nessa to identify. We talked about this earlier in the video. If you identify all of your items, I mean, if you really want to, you could sell all of them and then use Nessa to identify just one. But you have to be careful with mass IDing, because mass IDing means you're getting less transmutation shards.
I cannot do this yet.
Do you think I can just use Holy Flame Totem for this league? My POB has had Holy Flame Totem in it for several leagues. If you choose to level that way, you can. Everything is inefficient compared to rolling magma, but you should play the game the way you want. The only thing that's more efficient than rolling magma is leveling as an attack build. Leveling as an attack build with RF has its own set of problems. Okay, in this area, in the Cavern of Anger, there's a lot of red squids. You gotta be careful, the red squids explode. What I like to do is if you're surrounded by them, you just frost blink away and that usually takes care of it. But be careful because their stun hits, or their explosion hits so hard it can stun you, which can cause you to get chain hit, which can cause you to die. Put that point in. If you want to know about RF changes, you can look at my video on YouTube called Righteous Fire Changes for 3.28. I make one of them every league. Mervale is pretty easy. She does a lot of damage because we're not using Sapphire Rings. All you have to do is move out of her attack. She does like this like chain hit, so she locks herself in animation. So just kind of move around. Don't get surrounded by the mobs there. When she blinks, just wait for her to attack, move again, and then just kind of do the same process here. Don't send in the Hailstorm either. When she's in second phase here, clear out the ads. And then there's 2 ways you can do this. I like to get close to her to bait her scream. So you'll see her scream in a second. Okay, that's very rippy with all the tornadoes. There's the scream. When she does the scream, just back away and you get a few seconds to DPS. You got to be a little careful here in this phase because she does spawn exploding squids. So I always just try to keep that flame wall up. When she screams, go away. And then re-engage her. You want to move kind of away from all the little vortexes. They make it a little tricky. And I'd say #1 focus for Mervale is kill the ads. She will naturally get hit by bounces of the rolling magma. Just worry about cleaning up the ads and don't stand in all the crap. You can also just try to pull everything like I do here, and they're just going to die like this. Alright, perfect.
Your curse is over, Siren.
Good. We can't hold the quiver. Actually, I could do that and grab the quiver. Stiletto can go there. Perfect.
All life is twisted and classes.
Okay, I am going to turn on that vitality now. Chieftain nerfs are kind of insane. I agree, I think the buffs are great. I usually run both Magma and Holy Flame Totem. You can do that too. I prefer less buttons. It's a little less socket pressure, but you're more than welcome to do that. It just assists you in damage. Okay, what we're going to do here, we're going to just clean out the inventory. Because we got a few levels recently, I'm going to do 2 checks. So I'm going to paste this here. That scepter is mine. The reason I took this is that 25 fire is going to be great for RFing. And because we're going to use a shield, we're not going to be able to use 2 wands anyway. So if you find something like that, that's not bad. Now, I could use this shield. Problem is, it's a transmute, and I need my transmutes, and I would prefer a green. But this is an armor energy shield base, so I might yoink that. But First, I got to go back to Act 1, and I'm going to go ahead and check and see if there is a shield over here. Quartz Scepter is also really good. It's 20 Ellie base. I don't see anything. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick transmutation check. We have 3. So the problem is, if I buy that shield, there is a good chance I'm not even going to be able to use it because of the transmutation issue. Let me see here. How many chromes? 2. All right, I'm going to be stupid and I'm going to buy the shield because it's fun. So, man, this shield would be like way better though. So I'm just going to take this out for 1 and we're going to hope we get green-red. Okay, perfect. So, I'm going to put this in the weapon swap. We're going to put shield charge here. We're going to put faster attacks here. Now we have to spend another transmute. We're going to cry about it. And we're going to go by life tap. Life tap actually may have been a gem reward at some point though. So let me go check the gem rewards. Nothing there. I thought maybe it was a gem reward. Oh, also get your skill point from Dweller. I forgot about that. Nope, not there. Hillock reward. Nope, not there. All right. So we're going to spend a transmute. Now, I will state ahead of time that you guys who are playing are going to be a lot... you guys who are playing on the new league are going to be a lot better at finding currency than me. I'm currently playing in Standard, where we have no league mechanics. So because I'm in Standard, we're actually a bit unlucky there. Oh, I'm on weapon swap. Whoops. Okay, everything's kind of messed up here. Let me try to fix this. Hold on. Okay, so... give me 1 sec. Okay, what is here? Flame wall. Okay. Let me fix this, so I don't want anything that... why does it keep doing that? Okay, there we go, Do that. Shield charge right here. Frost blink there, magma there, and flame wall there. Set attack without moving. Perfect. Okay. Now our #1 goal is picking up literally every single rare, every single blue, and vendoring for transmutes. Without transmutes, we cannot properly Righteous Fire. It'll be very scuffed. Speaking of Righteous Fire, we are getting very close to running it. We simply need 1, 2, and the Mastery. So we're 3 levels off of running it. You also notice in my guide, it tells you to not level life tap. It is okay to level it early. It is in the late game where you want to use a level 1. So you don't have to worry too much about that. And that's a little bit complex. So if you want to know more about it, just search life tap on my FAQ on my website. Okay. From the waypoint, we want to go up here. This is going to get us access to our RF, and we found a transmutation. That's great. Okay. Perfect. The filter will also start hiding a lot of unnecessary gear starting around now, so maybe even a little sooner. So some blue items are going to be hidden, but you should be, again, if you're playing in the new league, you will have a lot more currency than me. The devs have confirmed this themselves. Is the Chieftain Ascendancy a nerf or a buff? I believe it is a straight buff.
Was built by sickened minds.
Your map clear goes up. RF is designed for map clear. That's a buff. Your consistency on single target, if you get an explode, is also buffed. You have 2 times the chance now of proccing an explode on a boss. I just think it's a buff across the board. I think the only versions that slightly get nerfed from it, maybe it's a little more than slight, are Hateful Accuser versions, because their top end of damage was lowered. However, their consistency of damage was doubled, which I would argue is very, very good. Until I play it, I won't know. So if you make your way to the middle here, and you find the waypoint, the way the waypoint is the closest to is the way out, or the way down. So that's going to be right here in Chamber of Sins. Chamber of Sins does also have a trial. The trial is usually on the opposite way of the boss, I think. So if you don't find it, it's okay, as long as you got the waypoint previously.
The ancestors watch over them.
And I think we found the trial. Usually that book right there indicates the trial.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. Before
Oftentimes, I skip the Necromancer in the blue packs, and that's because the Necromancer's AI is very weird. He, like, fucking just... He just spam runs away from you all the time. It's very strange. Let's check here. You're looking for like a long... Here we go. This is what we want. This long corridor.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone!
This guy can do a bit of damage, so maybe don't face tank him. You can if you... It's not... I guess he doesn't do that much compared to the actual bosses. Our damage is quite shite right now, but that's okay. Once we get RF going, everything fixes. RF gives us another source of damage and basically gives another link to our rolling magma. And the reason it gives another link to the rolling magma is because it gives us spell damage multiplier. This is the quest we need for RF. Make sure you grab the quest item there. From here, all we have to do is purchase and grab your Righteous Fire Gem for 1 alteration and put it to the side. I'm gonna ID this. It's actually better. Okay. We're at 3 transmutations, which is enough, but I like having more for RF personally. So I'm gonna go to the right side of the crossroads, and I'm gonna do 1 real quick breach here. This is the only league mechanic thing that I've got, and this is just going to help me get some transmutations early. You guys will have a league mechanic kind of similar to this, where you have a crap ton of mobs or a crap ton of loot. And this is what I meant by in standard we get a lot less loot, right? All right, good. Old breach. That's gonna be new breach, dude. I think bears are tanky, so we're probably not fighting that guy. And these golems are kind of rolling everywhere because they're hasted, so I am skipping them as well. Here's another breach. I'm just gonna pop it to just hit the mobs. Wait, this is old breach. You're right. This is like... Is it? It looks like it. These are the tall mobs. Yeah. Alright, so when you hit this waypoint, you can leave. This is because we're going to need to go to that NPC later, but not right now. You can also always check your level in relation to the zone. So I'm 16 at 16. That's good. All right. This is the big level. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Because it's the big level. So, to set up Righteous Fire, there's going to be a couple of moving pieces. So make sure that you follow along the best you can. Before we start RF, we're just going to go to the next zone and we're going to grab the waypoint, and then we're going to set up RF. Now, if you are new for the first time and you've never played PoE, there will be one extra step you have to do, and I can't say I remember it exactly because I've been playing this game for like 13 years. You have to unlock a hideout. I believe you maybe have to talk to Yina. I don't know if she requires you to clear Dread Thicket. If so, that's going to be, I believe, up here. Is it up here where oak is? I don't actually remember. It's been so long since I've had to do this. So that's one thing. You're going to need a hideout. Hideout, after you do that, sorry, maybe Helena. Once you get your hideout, you never have to get it ever again. Like, you're done. So you come over here. You talk to one of these people. Then you go to your hideout. If you're using Awakened PoE trade, that's F5. Or you can type /hideout. So from here, we are going to take those 2 ruby rings. Remember, to make them, you need the iron rings, right? Can I sell to her? Oh, I can. Perfect. Yeah, get rid of all this stuff. I'll do that. And that actually has int, but not enough. So we're going to vendor that too.
Farewell.
Okay, perfect. So on the crafting bench here, we're going to do the first tier of fire resistance for a transmute. We're going to do that again. If you hold control and left click, it'll auto craft it. Replace these. Any piece of gear you have that does not have fire resist, you're free to craft. I don't know if this will mess up with the boot recipe, so I'm not going to do it on my boots per se. I'm just going to do it here. And now we are out of transmutes. Okay. From here, we're going to take a look. We have 100 fire res. I recommend 130. 100 will get by. Arsonist, make sure you take this mastery. This mastery is mandatory. Show you why. If we turn RF on right now, our character is going to die. You take this mastery right here, your character now lives. You don't die anymore. This is mandatory. We will brute force our life regen in the campaign by deterministically crafting fire resistance almost on every piece of gear you get. However, do note, if you refer to the POB and you look in the notes section and you scroll down to starting maps, you're going to see there's a point here where you're going to want to spend your gold to get some better gear with high life and other affixes. When you're in the campaign, though, you can just go mainly with just gear that drops and craft fire res. But understand there is a pivot where, like, you have to start really understanding how the character works, if that makes sense. All right. Now we're going to get a lot more damage later. For right now, this is just what we have. The reason we get a lot more damage later is because later we will have support gems. At the moment, we don't have access to supports for RF. I like taking Herald of Thunder from this quest and putting it on for the Rolling Magma. So we're going to go back to the crypt to get our skill point. RF also turns off every zone, so I like putting it on my control key and then just tapping it, and then it's on. And then I don't have to worry about anything. Here is Righteous Fire. Oh, 3-link Quartz Scepter. I'll take that. I'm going to leave it alone for now. The reason I'm leaving it alone is this is a 20 base. Ours is 12 plus 25. 12 plus 25 is better than 20. But you can actually just put on a white Quartz Scepter and use it. The trade-off with Wands versus Scepters is the following. Wands will give you more single target because of the implicit flat damage. Scepters will give you more RF damage because of the increase. RF does not benefit from flat damage, only increases in this context right now, and that's why. I favor to do more damage with my RF, so I went for increases. You can also look at your tooltip for these very early metrics, and they will be valid. So when I am talking about... Actually, hold on, that's the trial. We're going to go for the trial. When I'm talking about the tooltip, I mean if you look at it, you can see it does 476 fire. Scepter allows Leap Slam. If that's what you want to do, Leap Slam is just inferior to Shield Charge False Blink. But you are free to do that if you would like. Oh, wow. Careful on getting hit by 2 of those at the same time. My game has, like, it's at, like, 10 frames per second because of this Windows update, so it's very weird for me to navigate right now through Labyrinth traps. I don't like it. Alright, I'm going to take that node right there. Okay, perfect. For players who want to go a little faster as well, if you get a chance orb, if you have multiple chance orbs, I'd say. Oh, okay, well, that's kind of... Alright, well, if you happen to also drop a chance orb, you can vendor a Lapis Amulet plus a chance orb plus a Jade Amulet. So that's the int and the dexterity. And the reasoning you want to do that is it will give you a turquoise amulet, which will give you hybrid dexterity and int, intelligence. That will allow you to run Blood Rage to go faster and do more damage. Blood Rage does also degen you a little bit, so be warned about that, but for experienced players, it's definitely worth running. Alternatively, you can wait till one shows up in the shop, or one drops. Okay, we need to do that quest for a skill point.
Goodbye.
And then I'm going to vendor the rest of my gear here, as we don't need this. This is a bonus flask. We're going to do that. I'm going to check really fast if there is a Jade Amulet. There is one right here.
Remember.
So, if you take this, plus this, plus this, it will give you... Chat, I messed up! Is it not a chance orb? What, is it an augment? It's something. I did this earlier, I should know what it is. A transmute. Oh, it's a transmute. Oh, okay. Well, that's even better. It's not a chance orb, it's a transmute. And that gives us the turquoise amulet. Thank you. Alright. Now, that amulet will allow us to run Blood Rage, which is right here. The reason we need that amulet is the dexterity requirement is 41. Do not level Blood Rage. It's not really needed, and it will be very difficult to keep up in levels with it. So you want to do that thing where I was talking about where you right-click it, and then you don't have to worry about Blood Rage. Blood Rage provides us with frenzy charges. Each frenzy charge gives 4% more damage. So effectively, it's like a weak gem link. But it works for your rolling magma and your righteous fire. It does come at the cost of a little bit of life regen, because it degens your health. You can read it and see it there. I like it. It also gives you some attack speed, which makes your shield charge go faster, which is very nice. Now, your regen at this point might start to feel kind of bad. If you want to make it feel even worse but get more damage, you can get a leather belt. That's what I would like to get. Leather belt is a life implicit instead of basically energy shield, or just a life roll. That's really good because RF scales off your base life. We will be getting nodes in the next like 10 levels or so to fix our sustain. So some prime example of some nodes to fix sustain would be these three right here. 8 fire res is effectively 8 life regen. Then maximum fire res and maximum all res help mitigate RF's burn. This will be more noticeable in the late game, but still good in the early game. Alright, from Western Forest, we have 2 objectives to do here. We have A, kill Alira, who is a bandit, and B, kill Weaver, who is a mini-boss. Don't be confused, a lot of experienced players will tell you to help Alira. This build does not need help from Alira. Alira gives you a lot of res. Each bandit has a choice of either helping or killing. You can also kill all for a skill point. We're going to help Creighton for 8% movement speed. If you don't want the movement speed, I would recommend killing all the bandits for a skill point. That's a Lapis Amulet, that's why it dropped like that. We don't really need it. Okay, here's Alira. We're just going to select kill. The reason we don't need the Ellie res is our Ascendancy is going to make elemental resistance gearing so easy. That's lucky. So you can tell it's Alira from the crumbled road. The crumbled road, you kind of see the steps here lead you to Alira. On the opposite side of the map, so Alira was on the left, that means the right side is going to have the boss Weaver. Before we fight Weaver, we're going to do something a little fancy for a skill point. So we're going to follow the road all the way. That's the little mini boss, Captain Artery. Okay, hit the totemic seal. step right through here at the prisoner's gate, open up a waypoint or a portal, go over to Bestel. Bestel will give you a book. Let me just clear out my inventory really fast. This is a skill point. And then clean out your inventory. Alright. And let's go ahead and go back. The reason we do that is once you touch that spot, you are considered Act 1 again, so that portal will take you to Act 1 instead of Act 2. Like, every time I drop Flame Wall, I lose, like, 70 frames. I don't know, like, Windows Update, why are you doing this to me? It's okay, Flame Wall gets dropped in next act, and then our frame rate comes back. Why even run Windows updates? I mean, I didn't. I told it not to do it, and then it just randomly restarted.
I cannot do this yet.
All right. I hate it because it like overrides all my audio, which then I have to redo. It overrides my OBS audio. It changes Discord to my webcam microphone. It's so bad. It's so bad. If you have Discord, close it. It'll give you 30-40 frames. Discord doesn't affect my frame rate on my PC. Webcam mic. Yeah, I also don't know how I did that because the first thing I do when I set up my PCs is I disable all extra like audio that's not needed. So like all 4 of my monitors, I turn it off. If the headset has one, turn it off. Webcam has one, turn it off. All right, with Weaver dead, we're gonna log back in.
Hello.
Get rid of all this stuff. Clear it out.
Farewell.
If you feel you have enough transmutations, you can start identifying gear and going for alterations. We're going to turn this quest in right here. Or is it here? We don't need any of this stuff though, so that's fine. From here, we're going to go back to the riverways, and we're going to go fight Oak. Now, there is a common thing I do called the Oak check. Our character is a bit weak right now for an Oak check, so I'm going to go craft some gear. I know it's a bit weak because I usually would have about 150 fire res by now. So, we're going to do this. We're going to go to our hideout. We're going to craft fire res on extra gear. So we're going to craft fire res there. And I'll craft fire res... You know, I'd much prefer a leather belt. So let me see if we can find a leather belt really fast. There is a leather belt right there. Really bad implicit. Like, literally the most minimum you can get, but hey, better than nothing. Okay. And craft fire res there. Now we are closer to 150. So here's how the Oak check works. If you say your build up correctly, and you're following the guide, you should be able to hit kill Oak and drink your coffee. With Oak down, we can put down our coffee. Oh, that's a greater life flask. We're gonna grab that. Not that we really need to use life flasks. The reason I'm ignoring a lot of these pinks on the filter is I have a decent weapon. I could ID them and there's a chance that the weapon is better, but I'm a little lazy right now and things are kind of working just fine. When we hit this waypoint, we're gonna go to the broken bridge. I always get confused on which way we go from the broken bridge, but we're trying to find Creighton, and I feel like he's this way, but I could be wrong. Here's Creighton. Perfect. All right. When we help Creighton, he's going to give us 8% movement speed. I like helping him because this build that I have designed is for blasting maps. The number one thing you can do is, well, the number one limitation I'd say for map blasting is movement speed for a build like this. To the wetlands. Into the tree roots. Okay. Next, we are grabbing Barbarism. 1 max fire res and actual fire res with a life note. Very nice. We're going to get a big surge of life regen and maybe 5 more levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. So those next levels are very impactful. You notice we can kill fire-resistant mobs right now, and that's because RF has very good damage in the campaign. And this is still unlinked. When we get to the next act, we're going to be able to throw on a 3 to potential 4 link. That's going to nearly, I don't know, double the damage, give you like 50% more. It's very noticeable. We are getting to the point soon where things will be a little bit autopilot. And even if you're new to the campaign, basically what I mean is the first few acts in Path of Exile there's a lot of decision making. You're getting support gems, you're swapping your gear around, you're trying to fit attribute requirements. But once you get to like Act 4, you don't really do that as much. Like you'll switch your gear and stuff, but your gems are not really changing. And even the gear, you're not changing much gear unless it's like the same colors, right? Or it's an accessory like a belt or an amulet, etc. And that's because there's no gem links on there, right? Should be picking up these boots. Might get more movement speed. Okay, when we click that right there, that's going to make your game a little dark. This is just a trigger for basically summoning the next boss. Northern Forest. Okay, this is where Dread Thicket is. I don't know if you have to go all the way here as a new player before you can get a hideout. Someone in the comments maybe can comment that and I can pin it. I like to skip everything in here. There's a lot of stuff, but if you'll notice, our current level, we are 1 level over. And this is because if you just look at the XP bar, we are killing mobs as we're just walking through. You do, I tested recently. That's kind of scuffed. I wonder if they'll change that. I feel like this is not the right way. Gotta go through there. We're also going to be using our gold in a little bit. I like to save our gold till around level 28 to 30. This is for gambling a 4-link. A 4-link is, as you would assume, it's like this, but an extra link on the 4. Now you'll notice some things will drop like this. You want to pick up those. That means it is a RBG link, which means when you vendor it, you get a chromatic orb. Chromatic orbs are important for modifying the colors on your sockets. This is extra important during the campaign when you drop a 4-link and you don't have the right colors, but it's on the appropriate base. So an example would be for RF, we want blue, 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 red. So if you drop a pure energy shield 4-link, it'll most likely be blue, 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 blue. Why? Because intelligence, which is energy shield gear, associates itself with blues. The way the colors work on gear is based off the attribute requirement. So a prime example, this one I'm wearing requires 50 strength. It does require dex, but that's because of the gem. That 50 strength makes it more likely to roll red. These icons on the map are good. They're shrines. They're often associated with a lot of monsters. I wouldn't really backtrack for it. Just to show you though, you can see all the mobs here. Then you get a little buff. It just helps you level a little bit more. Okay, quick point. Now, you'll notice I haven't spoken much about cold and lightning res. This is because when we ascend, our cold and lightning res will instantly be capped. If you're playing hardcore, you can pay a little bit more attention to your resistances, but you still need a crap ton of fire res, because without fire res, you're not sustaining your righteous fire because of that mastery we take. Oops. Should you roll chromatic orbs before quality if you're going for off attribute links? I don't think quality has any effect on this unless I misunderstand your question. I, in general, wouldn't worry about qualitying gear in the campaign unless you identify, like, a body armor that's, you know, an outlier that's very, very strong. In which case, like, I would probably quality. I mean, you can. I'd say it's more for, like, attack builds. Qualitying a weapon is a damage multiplier for you. I guess the other exception is when you're doing strong boxes in a campaign. If you find one that's like the currency one that drops you, I forgot what it's called, but it'll drop like a lot of whetstones or a lot of armor scraps, then you could probably do something with it.
I cannot carry this.
I don't think Arcanus is the right one. There's another one that's associated with quality currency rather than actually, I don't even know if it's quality currency. I think it is specifically armor scraps and whetstones. Artisan box. Yeah, there we go. Artisan box. That's what we're looking for. Okay, is this Apex right here? Let's see. Pyramid Apex. All right. So we'll take a moment to type /passives. /passives is a command that will show you all the passives you've claimed. Dweller was that first guy we fought, the crab with the essence. Marooned Mariner is when we went in the cave and we fought Fairgraves when he popped out. The way forward is when I told you to go through the zone here to the Act 1 and open up a portal. And through Sacred Ground is the crypt area. So for Vol, you want to make sure you don't tank the slam. You want to make sure you don't tank the beams. The beams will always happen in a trifecta with 1, 2, 3. And when he goes down, just kill the ads here. It's a good time to get frenzy charges. So just pay attention to the boss. This animation is dropping rocks. Quite frankly, they do nothing to you, so it's just free DPS. You have incredible life regen. When he does that, it means he's going to go down. He's spawning ads. And I'm going to intentionally wait here. That's an ice attack. He's just going to slow you. It's not a big deal. That's the beam. So you can just basically move through him or move around him however you want for that. The slam, he will pick up his hand, his arm, and do a big dunk. That will maybe one-tap you, so be careful. We also got lucky here, and we dropped a Ruby Flask. Ruby Flask is a prime flask for our build that we will use the entire way through. So you want to make sure if you get a Ruby or a Granite, you keep both of them. Ruby and Granite Flasks, very big. Poker Scepter. I kind of want to identify it. Can you? Okay, here we go. You need to make sure you kill this little guy here and then wait. You passed a craft table upgrade. Oh, did I? Surely it's not important. Wait, was it at Vol that I missed it? If so, oh well. I don't know what it is. Movement speed. Oh, I mean, I have movement speed boots. It's okay. So after you talk to, what is her name, Clarissa there, we're going to go forward. We're going to click the slums right here. And we're going to drop teleport, and that will just make us skip the whole run there. You don't need to, it just saves a little bit of time. From here, it is time to vendor everything. We have way too much stuff in our inventory here. Okay, I'm going to deposit some of my currency. Try to save some space. I actually have an extra Quicksilver, which means I am going to upgrade our boots. We can also check our regex. We haven't done that in a little while. Sometimes you get lucky and there's a 4-link. So we're going to vendor this to get our 15 MS boots. You don't have to do this. This is because we found extra Quicksilvers at the start of the game. That's another 5% movement speed. I'm going to drop that, and sure, get that out of there. Okay. So, after everything's cleared and your inventory is good, we can go back through this portal. We are going to want to have a red-blue link available after this quest. So we have a red-blue here, we have a red-blue here, we have red-blue there, so we're good. The reasoning we want a red-blue is we are going to be ditching Flame Wall in favor of Flammability. This is a massive upgrade because we no longer have to like try to aim the rolling magma into the flame wall. We now get a curse, and what the curse does is it will strip enemy fire res, massively increasing our RF damage and our rolling magma damage, and quite frankly, it just makes the build feel smoother to play. You're kind of eliminating a clunky button. The reasoning we need a blue and a red is Flammability is blue, and we're going to socket it with life tap so it's casting off of our life pool instead of off of our mana pool. This is because curses cost a lot of mana, and we don't have to deal with that. And our life regen is very good, so we don't really have to think about it. Okay, in the crematorium here, there's 2 key components. Number 1, there is the Labyrinth Trial. Number 2, there is Baby Piety. I call her Baby Piety because she doesn't actually die. Spoiler, we fight her again later. This stuff has Burning Ground. If you have crazy life regen, you won't even notice that there's Burning Ground because it won't even hurt you. Prime example, you are on fire right now. Alright. There's that. I will warn you that Piety will do a shit ton of damage as she is, I think, all lightning. And we don't have lightning res at this stage yet. When we ascend, we will have our lightning res. So just be warned, Piety can do a lot of damage. Okay, here's Piety right here. Also, a quick note on our life regen. 222. That takes us to 250. Sorry, 270. And then we get another 50 flat from this mastery. Okay. So step 1, get the ads out of the way. We got really lucky. That's a 4-link. Holy. Okay. Here's Piety. Mainly, you just gotta watch out for that storm because it does a lot of damage. So just move around every so often. Okay. He's down. We're gonna click this. Get our bracelet. Click crafting recipe. Return here. Alright. Now, this is a really good 4-link. Dare I'd say it's almost ideal. The one problem with this 4-link is it is not the right colors. We may end up spending all of our currency on it, so we're not going to do it yet. I repeat, we are not going to do it yet. It is better to hold the gear until we're ready to use it, and then we chromatic orb it. And the reasoning for that is we can't even get our gem links yet. After killing Piety, you talk to Clarissa, you get the sewer keys, you talk to Grigor, you come over here, you talk to whoever this person is, you look at her gear, you say, I don't want any of it, but then you take punishment. Not a big deal, we're not using it for a very long time. You come over to Clarissa, you buy Purity of Elements for 1 alteration. You can either choose to A, drop Herald of Thunder, or B, Vitality. I typically drop Herald of Thunder, put in Purity of Elements. From here, we want to buy Flammability right here. Flammability will replace... Where'd it go? Will replace your Flame Wall. So that goes out. Next up, we're going to go grab another Life Tap, and we're going to put that Life Tap specifically with our Flammability.
Hello.
That is right there.
Take
Okay.
care.
So now we are going to go ahead and go back to the start there, and we'll talk about what our current setup is so people are aware. Okay, so we have flammability. This debuffs targets, making them take a lot more damage because it strips their fire res by 17%. You can see it's taking our life to cast, which is nothing. Next, we are running Purity of Elements and Vitality. Purity of Elements will provide you with ailment immunity. Primarily, you're immune to shock, which is good because you have no lightning res. You're immune to freeze, which is good. You're immune to chill, which is good. You're immune to ignite, which doesn't really matter. We have our standard movement setup, so shield charge linked with faster attacks and life tap. Life tap is so it spends our life instead of spending our mana pool. And then we have our standard rolling magma setup, which has rolling magma, Ele Prolif, and combustion. Our Righteous Fire is currently unlinked right now because we cannot get supports for it. Purity of Elements is really nice to run when you're in the sewers because there are mobs here that use a skill called Discharge, which has really high base damage and can inflict shock. With Purity of Elements, our res goes up by quite a bit. Remember that every point of fire res is a point of life regen as well, and it provides us with that immunity since we're going to get hit really hard. We have virtually no mitigation right now. We just have really high life regen, which works really well when you're tanking mobs like this. Remember, this will not stay forever. Mobs are going to do more damage, but in the late game version of the build, this is what it will look like. You can do Cassia right now just to have an Annoyed slot. It's not a big deal. We're not doing anything with it in the campaign. It'll just save you later. It's just, again, if you want to do it, you don't have to. Okay, what we are looking for are 3 busts. One bust is always going to be... Sorry, I should have said this before. I got a little distracted. One bust is always going to be before the waypoint, and then there are 2 busts after. I typically always check the south side because the exit is on the north side, and you don't want to have to backtrack all the way south. The reason you want the busts is they give you a skill point. Skill points are good. And they are that little exclamation mark right there. That's where the busts are. So we're just going to go through really fast, turn around, and go claim it. There it is. Perfect.
My mana is gone.
That is another skill point for us. We are soon going to start our journey to getting damage nodes. Woo! Okay. From here, we are looking for... What is it called again? We're looking for that. Don't worry. You pretty much always walk by it. You can't miss it. On a side note, can someone zoom into this guy and tell me what you see? You can type it in the YouTube comments. All right, from the waypoint, right next to it is the catacombs. From the catacombs, we are going to get a trial, a lab trial. It's mandatory. We have to do it. We don't have a choice. Okay, it is right there. Always look for that. I somehow went the wrong way. Okay, no problem. We're gonna fix that. Oh, chromatic. Give me that. You'll notice I'm not killing as many mobs now. This is because my power creep is coming soon. I know this because we're getting close to library. Library is where we get all of our support gems for RF. So I'm going to focus on skipping mobs until I can get to library a lot of the time. If you click this, you'll see we only have 1 left. I'll just hover over each one if you guys missed it. That 1 left is coming up next to library. So here I'm just going to hit exit. You can safely exit because we did get the teleport or the waypoint. You can turn this in for a skill point and trash these. You can get rid of the flame wall too. Okay. Marketplace. Quick life regen check. 292. I'm going to take the 50 flat, We are now at 350, and we are starting the highway up to damage nodes. I think our HP is a little low, so I do want to see if I can get some gear with HP. Ring mail code. Okay, that's another base for RF. Is it here? I feel like it's on the other side. Let's go the other way. Show the players how to gamble a 4-link with gold. I do that a little bit later. When we're at library, we're going to talk about gold gamble. Alright, in the battlefront, there is a waypoint. We do want to find the waypoint. It is very important. Here it is. From here, we're going to go ahead and kill this little mini-boss who you probably didn't even know is a mini-boss. Oh, sorry. Wait, you don't even need it anymore? You just get the ribbon spool from there? Why did I feel like you had to kill the mini-boss? Was that just like 10 years ago? This guy right here. Okay, I don't know. It just makes me happy to kill him. You never needed it. You never had to. Oh, it just makes me feel better. Guess there's something wrong with me. Alright, to the docks. Now at the docks, we are looking for... is it called sulfite? We're looking for that right there, actually. Perfect. Looking for that. And the reason we want to get the waypoint from previously is so we can just go directly back there. That's literally the best docks run I've ever seen in my life. Okay. We're back at Sarn. We're going to click the battlefront. And now we are going up to Solaris Temple.
This is the eternal way. Pretty lifeless.
Got the waypoint.
I cannot do this yet.
What is this? It's messed up. What the heck? It's like every way I go, it's a dead end. What on earth? Okay, we get spooned in some layouts and not in the others. Red carpet failing you. Oh, I actually I don't ever look at the red carpet here. Here's an Arcanist box. These can give you nice currency early on, like a Divine Orb, but that's never going to happen. Why do you not regen the last 5 HP? It's just a coding issue on GG's end. You're considered full life. I don't know if divs can drop this early. I don't actually know the required level. Like 40, 50 maybe? That's a ball side area. That's a dead end. Okay. Is this the layout where it's on the opposite side? It might be. It might just be. Yup. Yup. It is. It's on the opposite side. Okay. Unfortunate. Holy. I hate ball side areas. They mess everything up. They really do. Okay. There's the waypoint. Now, doesn't really matter what you take here. because I personally prefer using this mod or this amulet. So I'd either take the dex or I'd take the int. I'd say the dex is a little better than the int. Grab this waypoint that gives you fire damage rank 1. Garbage.
You looking sharp?
Quick note, we'll just check the regex here real fast. That's not the regex. Let me just go grab that again. Regex. Okay. Those are RF colors on a helmet. That's why we check it. Helmet secured for RF. Do have to hit level 31, but that helmet is perfect colors for RF. And that is why we didn't want to waste early currency on these. Now I can just ID it. 50 life with life regen, I'll take it. That's better. And then I can even move these here for now. And now if we get new movement speed boots, we can drop those. Okay. I guess I should have ID'd it from the beginning, but that's fine. So we'll go to the sewers here.
I cannot do this yet.
Alright. 29, I am 28. We do want to get some levels, so we're going to focus on killing blue packs. That's a blue pack. If you want to run Armageddon brand... Wait, do you need to kill this guy for Armageddon brand? I don't think so, because you just go to library, right? Yeah, I think so. I typically skip Gravicious. You need to save gold for respec. No, we get enough respecs with just regret orbs, at least in the early game. You can spend your gold on gambling. Okay, we are going to come across a boss here, which is going to test your patience, because if you're like me and you're still wearing the same weapon from Act 2 and you still are on the same gem links and your RF is still unlinked, that guy hits really hard, ignore him, then it's going to be a little tough. But have no fear, after this boss, everything gets a lot better. A lot better. We just got to kill the boss. You'll notice mana is very tight right now. I don't use too many rolling magmas now. If you want to alleviate mana, you could try to get a 4-link with blue, 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 red, and then you can put life tap on your rolling magma. I typically just don't press it a lot. Priority for buttons for me, for DPS, is flammability first. If RF is going to kill the mob in like half a second anyway, I'm not going to rolling magma. If it doesn't, then I'll throw a few rolling magmas like this, and then I'll press my mana potion. But you don't need to rolling magma every single pack, right? You just need a rolling magma from time to time. Like here, if you want XP, you can shoot a rolling magma like backwards like this, right? I am killing the rares now because we need level 31 for that helmet, and I really want to use it. If the rares are tanky, I skip them. As for what is tanky, that kind of depends on how much time you want to spend in the campaign more than anything, right? That's what it comes down to for me. Hey, look, another RF helmet. Rares are good. Wait a minute. This helmet's lower level. You know what that means? That means we don't need to kill the rares anymore. That means we can just use that helmet. Okay, so I'll just kill this guy, and then we're going to go back to skipping mobs. Okay. Do note, whenever you go up the stairs, you never want to go back down when you're going to Piety. You can just keep scaling the stairs until you find another up, like here. And then you're good. Okay, from here, you want to go the way with one wagon, not two. If you go double wagon, you just hit a dead end. Or did I debate myself? It's the other way around. No. This is correct. This is correct.
I cannot do this yet.
If you go 2 wagons, you make 2 trips. Boy, that's a good way to remember it. That's a big blue pack. We're fighting that pack. Check the scepter. Maybe we get something good. We did not. There's always a blue pack right here. And then I believe there's always a blue pack right at the end here when we go up.
I will remind it.
Right here is a blue pack as well.
My money is gone.
Okay, now this is the boss I'm talking about. This is the real piety. So,
You've done your
best thing you can do is just be a little patient. The fight is going to take a while. Not much we can do about it right now. Keep the flammability up and just occasionally shoot rolling magmas. The more you do, the better it is. But the main thing about it is you're proccing combustion support, which makes your RF do more damage. When she's in fire phase there, so what Piety does is she'll warp around. You don't want her to go to the ice ones. The ice ones are kind of mad. The fire ones are manageable, but you have to be a little careful because the fire ones, she does like kind of like stacking damage every time she hits you. Ultimately, again, just play it safe and take it slow. She'll die eventually, and then we get our big damage boost. See there, I have 6 stacks of Piety's Rage. I'm just going to kite. I don't know how I got 6 so fast. That's messed up. Okay. Get the key. Pour back.
Be careful.
Turn this into Grigor. Get a skill point.
Have fun elsewhere.
Okay. And now we go to library. And library is where we get some good stuff. 83 life. That's a ton. I'd love more life right now. Alright. Let's put a point over there. Soon we get our first set of damage nodes. Now from the Ebony Barracks, we're just going to go to the right. Are you going to do the interview the entire run? Jung's interview is 8 minutes. Jung's interview will be recorded and we can watch it later. From the waypoint, I like to go north here. And this should take us to library. There it is. Okay, we're going to need this waypoint. Now we're looking for this like weird dead-end candle thing. I always have trouble kind of describing it, but whenever you find like a big open room that, you know, I'll just kind of show you what it looks like because it's really hard to describe. I believe it's always past the waypoint though. I don't think it's ever been before the waypoint for me. If you have a friend, your friend can get you support gems without you needing to do library, but you probably knew that already. Those guys hit really hard, so be careful. Because they're called Colossal Bone Stalkers. Okay, I feel like it's coming up really soon. There it is. Loose candle, right there. Do that, and then you're in the archives. Okay, from here, we need to grab 4 of these yellow exclamation marks. Those are the books that we need. So there's... Sorry, pages? What did I call them? Books? Pages? Yeah, pages. Alright. 1, 2...
My mana is gone.
I'm gonna kill this guy because he's ghosted. It might drop a unique. No, literally didn't drop anything. Okay. 1, 2... Where's 3 and 4? 4 pages make a book. Could you imagine if books were only 4 pages? 1, 2, 3, and... 4. Okay. So, this is a big one. This is a very big one. Now, we're going to go to library. Actually, before we go to library, let's clean out our inventory because we're going to need to bring some currency with us.
Come over here. Bring me back something nice.
Let me get rid of it. these two.
What's going on? Stay out of the shadows.
Bring your transmutes, alterations, chance orbs. I don't think we need alchemists. So wow, I barely have any currency. It's crazy how less you get now compared to like League mechanics. We don't need anything here. When you go to purchase, this is a moment to pause. Look here. If you look at the notes, right? In the notes, there is a section for library. If it's not actually here, is it here? After killing Piety second time, I make my way over to library. This is mandatory, so read from here. You can also look at the skills. And if you go here, you can look at what you want to get from library here, whichever way you prefer. So we need Fire Trap, Efficacy, Elemental Focus, Swift Affliction, Trap and Mine, and Burning. You can also swap to Armageddon Brand here. So let's start. We need Fire Trap. This is like one of the most important ones. Fire Trap Security. Elemental Focus. Okay, done. Efficacy. Done. Burning damage. Done. Trap and mine damage. Done. So we got Fire Trap, Efficacy, Ele Focus, Swift Affliction, Trap and Mine, Burning. Wait, what am I missing? Swift Affliction. Done. Okay. Now, we're going to leave those alone. So, what we can do from here is a few things. You want to use Fire Trap, but if you notice, it requires level 12. This is because Library only gives you level 1 gems. So before you can actually use Fire Trap, we need to level it. The best way to level it is to get a weapon swap with a green and put that in. It would be advantageous to get multiple greens to level your other gems, such as Swift Affliction and Trap and Mine. It's not mandatory, but it would help. An easy way to do this, you can just literally look in the shop for like 2 greens. Ideally, you can look for lower level ones. So we can look for like, say, Act 2. And that's just because the weapons are going to have less attribute requirements, making it easier to find and just easier, right? So we can take this, put a green in there, put that there. We can put the second green in right here. And then, for example, we want, what, green, blues, and reds. Again, these are not as priority, so I'll just put that there and leave it alone. Okay. So, if you did not happen to get a 4-link for RF like this, what you can do is you can talk to this person here and gamble. Now, by gambling, you can basically print yourself a 4-link. It's kind of just how it works, right? So, prime example, I will go ahead and do a quick example on gloves. So, I would recommend gambling either gloves or helmet, and I'd recommend pure energy shield. And this is because if you get a 4-link, it's a lot easier to get one off color than if you were to use armor energy shield. It's going to favor blues and reds, and you only want 1 red. Whereas this gives you better defenses. This is more realistic to actually get a 4-link with your right colors. So, there's a 4-link, for example. You could just hit it with a chromatic, try to get red, and then with 1 red, you are able to RF. So that's a prime example there. I'm just going to go ahead and, I guess I'll put this right over here. Put that there. Okay, good. Now, I'm going to save my gold because I want to pivot to Fire Trap. If you want to, you can use a 4-link 4-year rolling magma with life tap that we were talking about. I'm going to suffer with a little bit less single target for maybe like 5 more levels, and then I'm just going to force Fire Trap. So, Ele Focus, Efficacy, Righteous Fire, take off the helmet, put on the new helmet. This has Frostblink, and this has Arcane Surge. We don't need Arcane Surge anymore. It's kind of whatever. I'll just put it here, but it doesn't really make a difference. And we are just going to vendor this gear. Get it out of the way. Okay. Perfect. We do need a new shield. I'm literally wearing a white shield. You can see how bad the actual gear is that we're wearing, and we still don't really have any problems. Welcome to RF campaign. Okay. So now we are going to our next boss, who is known as Dominus. At 31, we do get another little boost. We get to slap in burning damage right there, which is really nice. After Dominus, we're going to have to take a short 5-minute break. I got to go walk around because of my back. Then we'll be back to resume. Oh, I forgot, actually. We need to go back. The last Labyrinth trial is located in that same zone where Library is, which is the Imperial Gardens. So either two conditions will happen. A, we'll find the waypoint in the Scepter of God, in which case we will go back to the waypoint, or B, we will not find the waypoint and we will just kill Dominus, in which case we'll just go back after. How long does it take you to get through the campaign on League Start? Like 5.5 hours. Problem is, on League Starts, usually I'm like messing around a little bit with the campaign. Like, not the campaign, the League mechanic. There's a lot of questions, which really does drown out the campaign time, but I can definitely finish it much quicker if I wanted to. / practice, but I never really... My limitation is zone layouts. I don't really care too much to learn zone layouts. I know, like, the Act 1 through Act 3, not even really, just Act 1 and Act 2, sort of. And that's just because I do it a lot. So, to the Imperial Gardens, because we found the waypoint. Somewhere here in the left side is the trial I am talking about. Okay, here we go. We're just really fast going to click this and then make our way right there. And then you can do that log off thing I was talking about. And we are back here. Perfect. Let's go grab a nice damage node. Boom. As a reminder, you need to make sure you are leveling your fire trap. If you are not leveling your fire trap, you are going to be in a world of pain when you try to do that swap. That swap is basically when our fire trap gets a few levels, we're going to replace rolling magma with fire trap, and that's going to be our new single target skill throughout the campaign. Actually, forever. You can see from the support gem difference, RF is already doing a lot of damage. So that is pretty big already. Once we get some more base life going, our RF damage is going to shoot out the roof. Because remember, RF is scaling up your base life. Okay, for these, you got to be a little careful. This guy right here does like this shotgun attack with his fire skills. Even though we have crazy high fire res, shotgunning hurts a lot. Shotgunning basically means that they'll shoot like 5 projectiles, but if you're in point blank range, you're going to get hit by all 5. Okay, then we get another set of mini bosses. They don't really do much to us. This one hits really fast, so you can kind of just like weave around it. Alright, and then we have Dominus. When Dominus says touch a god, you move away. Then you go back. If he does the little shiny spark thing, you just go in a circle, like this. Be a little careful of tanking those little bug things. And the cold degen beam at the same time. He does also have mobs that explode, but they die instantly to RF. So you should never really have to worry about that. If you don't like his positioning, you can always move. And he will come back to you, like this. And then you come over here, and you go into the next phase. Can we do Big Boom Expedition farming with RF? Of course, I'd say it's one of the better builds. Remember, you don't have to go back to town here if you're running out of mana. It is okay. RF, if you just look, RF does decent damage, even with no gear right now. So it will just take a little bit longer, but it works well. Alright, perfect. Dominus dead. We have all of our lab trials. We're going to get ready to ascend. But I like doing a little bit more first before I ascend to get a little bit more damage and a little bit tankier. Aqueduct is a really nice place to run. If you are over leveled and you feel incredibly weak, you can farm Blood Aqueduct here, or Aqueduct a little bit. Whenever you notice there's like a split like this, there's always a blue pack right here. Do you have game sounds off intentionally? Game sound should not be off. What do you mean? It's intentional that they're not loud. I don't want to drown out what I'm saying. Shadow Scepter. Maybe we get an actual upgrade for a weapon. Weapon's really bad. Right now we're going to try to identify most scepters we find in hopes for high fire damage, +1 fire gems, which would be good for our single target. Not for RF though. Fire damage overtime multiplier, my favorite stat. Damage overtime multiplier. Multiplier is our strongest stat that we're looking for. Looks good, but it's not good. Okay. Let's get rid of all this.
Bye.
Alright, we're going to come down here. I do need to take that break soon, but I'm feeling a little better, so we're going to keep going. I want to start maybe plugging in the regex again in shops to try to get a better shield. This shield has seen better days. The shield has seen better days. I think we're going to the left. Also the bell. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't play mono RF now. It's a very expensive build. It's okay to play if you know what you're doing for like Guardians and stuff, but it's really expensive to push into the late game. Okay, Vol's really easy. Just move out of the way of a slam. The ads die almost instantly to the RF, so you're fine here. Okay, grab that.
Your empire is dead.
Okay, from here you have some choices on how you want to progress. When you talk to these two, you're going to get a reward for a golem. My recommendation is 2. A, you take Stone Golem if you want to be more tanky. B, you take Flame Golem if you want more damage and more AoE. I take Flame Golem personally. I'm a Flame Golem enjoyer. When you get to maps, you're going to switch to Chaos Golem, and then you're going to just drop the Golem overall because we're not really playing a minion build, so that gets phased out pretty fast. I can't use the Golem for another level, and I do need to fix my colors because I need an extra red to be able to run the golem. We'll worry about that after. Easiest way to get an extra red right now would probably be chromatic orb on my weapon or getting a new pair of boots. New pair of boots would be ideal because our boots don't really have much going for them. In fact, when we go to town, I might gamble boots to try to get some movement speed with some reasonable stats. I don't know if that's smart, but that sounds like the right thing to do, so I'm going to do that. I don't want to spend too much gold, and the reasoning is we're going to be switching to Fire Trap soon, and when we switch to Fire Trap, we need to gamble to get the right colors for Fire Trap, so we effectively have two 4-links, our RF and our Fire Trap. And then Fire Trap gets a big boost from RF, so it actually ends up being like a 5-link. It gets a bigger boost than Rolling Magma, because spell damage does not inherently scale Ignite. However, spell damage scales Fire Trap's Burning Ground, which ends up just being very strong. What takes priority? Boots with movement speed or usable sockets? That's up to the player. Like I would not use boots without movement speed. That's just me. The only time I'd say you can do that is if you get the craft, you get decent boots, and you craft movement speed. But then you still have movement speed. Actually screwed up though, and I did not take the first thing for movement speed because I misclicked. Deshret Spirit. So in the Mines level 2 here, you want to click that Spirit. That gives you a bonus skill point. And then we're going to take chance to free Shock and Ignite here. You'll notice I have skills like Blood Rage and faster attacks that can't level. That's totally fine. You don't have to worry about leveling them. Later on, we will want to level faster attacks, but in the campaign, it's okay if you're not able to run them. Also, ignore all tinctures. I keep them on in case people want them, but they don't do anything for RF. Okay, from the Crystal Veins here, we are going to get ready to do Labyrinth. All we have to do is get to the waypoint here, and then we're ready to ascend. Perfect timing because we just got the level requirement for our golem. Okay, Divine Judgment, huge damage increase, 50% elemental. We don't have a lot of damage yet, so that damage node is very crazy. All right, perfect. So we're going to go back to Highgate here. You're going to go ahead and click the Sarn encampment. When you do this, you can run up here, and you can see that you have all 6. If you don't have all 6, you're going to need to get them. Now, we're just going to do a tiny little gamble here on some boots. I am going to do armor boots right now. I think I'd actually prefer armor and evasion. Actually, you know what? I'll do armor and evasion. The only issue is if I get a 4-link here and it doesn't have movement speed, it's going to feel weird. I'm doing armor and evasion. Okay, we're done. Okay, well, sometimes it's that easy. The reason I picked armor and evasion is because we're going to Fire Trap, and Fire Trap wants these colors. Not literally these colors, but Fire Trap wants these colors. Now, normally I'd tell you not to chrome when you're not using the piece of gear, but this is an outstanding piece. We want life, we want dexterity, we want movement speed, and it has suffix open for fire res. Our desired colors, you can see in the POB, would be green, green, red, blue. These colors are usable, but they're very bad. They're very bad because we lose our biggest damage source, which is trap and mine damage. So we don't get that, which is 32% more damage. We can use a scuffed setup, which is Fire Trap with... Where'd my rolling magma go? Here we go. Combustion And then we get life tap, which we need to actually go get another life tap. Do I not have a transmute? I do. Yeah. We're going to get life tap. Oops. And then we can put a weaker link, which is burning damage, as that extra link right now. Not ideal, but again, it's better than nothing. So we're going to go grab burning, which we can get right here.
Yes.
And that will have to do for now. Remember, our fire trap is still not really of appropriate level, but we're going to use it anyway because I got the color set up. We are now getting ready to go do our dominant, or not our dominus, our lab, but I want to try to get the flame golem set up as well. So the best way to do this is either dropping vitality, which is not, I guess actually the best way to do this is coloring the body. Yeah, it'd be coloring the body. The only problem with coloring the body here is that it's unlikely we get a green with like the right colors, so that's kind of weird. Another way to do this, I guess, is technically getting new gloves. We could actually just try to get new gloves. So I'm going to gamble maybe some...
What do you want?
Let's see here. Let's gamble some armor evasion gloves. Okay, that works. They're really bad, but it works. So we're going to put life tap in there. Oh, I forgot about the life tap flammability. We got lucky, actually. Life tap flammability, and then we're going to put... Actually, does that even... I don't even think that helped me, but we can put Blood Rage here, like this. And now we can swap our body. All we gotta do is chrome it. Do we have any chromes? Oh, crap, we don't have any chromes. Alright, that's fine.
What's up?
Okay, let's get rid of... these. We don't need them anymore. Trash them. I don't know if this regex highlights chromes. It might actually... I think it does highlight chromatic orbs. You can tell that it highlights a chromatic orb because when we go and check the vendors, there will be like a little flare. You can't use your weapon. Oh, that's a Frostblink issue. We can fix that as well.
Yes.
It's not a problem. Wrong person. A chromatic orb would look like this. So we can just buy this. And it would look like that too, but I don't have a transmute. So we can vendor that, get a chromatic orb, hit it on our body, hope we get one red. Okay, perfect. There's our stone golem, our flame golem. We don't need arcane surge, we don't need magma, we don't need this frostblink. We're gonna get a new one. So the best way to get a new frostblink is actually either going to a library. I don't actually know what it costs. I might not be able to afford it, which would be really tragic actually. Stuff like this never happens normally. It's just exclusive to standard because of how much less loot we have in the current patch. I think it's going to cost a transmutate. Oh, it's a wisdom. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go ascend. Our damage might be weird for two reasons. We currently do not have the right links for Fire Trap. And on top of not having the right links, our Fire Trap's still not leveled. Oh, we also don't need a Mana Flask anymore, and we can use a Ruby. The reason why is basically everything is life tap now. RF doesn't cost mana, so we don't have to worry about that. Your flammability is life tapped. Your shield charge is life tap. Your blood rage doesn't cost anything. It just already costs life. So the only thing you have is frostblink. Just gonna right click that and stop it from leveling. Alright, first trial. Bizarro does a lot of damage. You don't want to face tank him. There's not really any reason. The best thing I'd say to do is whenever it looks like he's channeling an attack, use your Frostblink to go through him. Just know that Bizarro changes every day, so things will be different. In this instance, we have the fonts, so you just throw a fire trap at each one of them,
and it will kind of like slow down their regen. If they hit full, then he will start like doing random extra effects. You can do it like that if you want. I just try to make it easier.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes the emperor protection.
Okay, we're gonna go up here. Our next goal is Holy Fire. These just spawn a bunch of ads. I don't really think they do much, but yeah. The portals.
To command is to act.
We're still using a white shield. Yeah, I should actually gamble for a new shield.
By the goddess, what ambition! This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Careful on opening strong boxes in here. If you die, you have to redo the labyrinth. So just be a little careful. If you're using fire trap already, you can preemptively throw your fire traps. It will do a lot. Basically, the strong box will open and it will just instantly pop.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, we're here going here. Perfect.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must
Here we go.
navigate your empire through troubled waters. Delight in your gilded
Nice loot.
descendant.
Okay.
Before your emperor, you
We're going to click the altar. We're going to click Chieftain. It's the first thing you want to do. Then you can come back here and start clicking these. These are just using keys that you got from killing him to open loot. Usually everything here is kind of bad. Now, I should have said this ahead of time, but some of these transfigured gems are actually worth a decent amount. I always just kind of skip them. I don't really pay attention this early into the game. I'm just going to use the quality on Righteous Fire, but using this on like gems can get you some money. There's way too many outcomes to try to talk about, so you know, if you want to, you can kind of research this. I'm just going to click RF and do quality. It doesn't do anything yet. You need, it's either, I think it's every 4 quality. Yeah, every 4 quality does something for RF. Gives you a radius boost. And then we're just going to go ahead and hit return to town. Now, what we just did is we ascended. If you look at our fire res, it's currently 154. When we take this node right here, called Sallow Cleansing Water, we are going to go from 4762 to basically like 120, right? So what this does is 50% of your fire res splashes to cold and lightning. You don't care about cold and lightning res at all. You only care about fire res. By capping your fire res, you're capping your cold, which is capping your lightning, which is also giving you life regen. So you never care about these. Later on at the end of the campaign, when you're mapping, you will care about chaos. But now, you never worry about those two ever. Okay. Now you can choose to go Duresso or Comb. I typically go Duresso. You can do really whatever you want. I just go Duresso first. Now, if you're in Trade League, I forgot to mention, there are some early items you can buy to kind of give your character a big power boost. You can find almost all of these in the Path of Building notes right up at the top. You can see a nice list of a little description of each item. Some notable items would be Kikizuru Ring, which gives you big life regen in the ring slot. Fire Ring, which gives you big damage in the ring slot. Spring Leaf for very early for your shield. And then some other items which may be a little bit more expensive would be like Replica at Zuri's Foible, which gives you a lot of life and regen, which is an amulet. Replica Kurui Ward, which gives you some movement speed and area of effect with some attributes. As you can see, based off my character, you don't need any of these things. Like, they don't really... Like, they definitely help you, but if you just look at my character, like, you don't really need them. Another good one would be Cloak of Flame. Although Cloak of Flame is typically pretty pricey, I would also ignore going Cloak of Flame super early. I like getting Cloak of Flame closer to, like, maybe, like, level 40 or 50. And that's because I noticed that the armor you can get off of body armor is actually very noticeable in the campaign. One giant thing for survivability right now would be a Granite Flask. Granite Flask would give us a ton of physical mitigation because it's 1500 base armor from pressing that flask. That could easily replace a Life Flask or a second Quicksilver, depending on if you want to go faster or, you know, be a little tankier. Get that. That's actually nice if I need the dexterity. I always try to go up here, otherwise I think you get like a dead end. Here are the 3 mini-bosses. When you reach the 3 mini-bosses, you're right before the actual boss. Also, whenever you see these gates here, it's a good time to sip some coffee, get some free XP. Can someone zoom into these statues and tell me what you see, by the way? Alright, this is Duresso. Duresso is really easy. He's a pushover. All you gotta do for Duresso is just not really stand still, and if you want to stand still, you could do that too. These swords do a little bit of damage. You don't want to stand in them. If you see my life ticking down, that's from the swords. Every 25% life, he's going to emote and do this little thing. Doesn't really do anything. He also does like this quick slash like thing that he does, but you don't have to worry about it. You just don't stand in the swords and you're kind of okay. I'd also avoid staying by edges here. I don't know why. It just feels like it's more likely to place the swords there, so... Okay.
How they love to sing about themselves.
Yes.
Those are actually kind of better, but they don't have the green. 63 life. I don't really want to use a chain belt, but it is what it is. Try to clean up my inventory really fast. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. This is kind of okay. I am actually going to alch this, because if it ends up getting better stats than this, it's just a win. It has 70 life and fire res, that's a win. Okay, vendor, vendor, vendor. We don't actually need that punishment, and I guess this ring can stay. We don't need Herald of Thunder.
Can we be of help?
See ya.
Okay.
Yes. Until next time.
Alright. Next. I kind of want to craft some more fire res on my gear. Gives us a little bit more life regen. Somehow we only have one transmutation. I guess we stop identifying some gear. We are going to go ahead and craft fire res on this belt. And then we're going to go back to where we were. Also, occasionally your golem will die. Just resummon it. For people who are wanting more AoE on your Righteous Fire, understand that every few levels, you are going to get some AoE on RF because it scales radius per level. You also need quality on RF, so a 20 quality RF will make it so when you get AoE, it will scale the AoE harder. When we go back to town, we're going to go ahead and look into purchasing a new shield so that we can stop using a shield with literally no stats. I'm going to opt to gamble a pure armor shield, as chroming one color on it will be pretty trivial. We just need one green. The only issue here is I'd rather chrome my boots to try to get the appropriate colors. But the problem with chroming my boots is if we get the wrong colors, we literally can't use Fire Trap. So the best thing to do is save up at least maybe 10 chromes before we try to chrome our shield or our boots. So we'll go for the shield first because it's just more logical. Getting like a 70 life boost will be like a 10% or maybe like 8% damage increase for RF while also giving us damage. There's a lot of good stuff. You know, it could get life regen as well. A lot of good stuff we can get on the shield. I'd say life right now is the prime factor. Life is a stat you always want to be stacking, but you have to be careful in the campaign because we don't have real sources of regeneration yet. We only have flat life regen. So if you stack too much life, you'll actually start to degen. Later on, this gets alleviated. It gets fixed if you look in the notes section around the time when you finish the campaign and you start getting meaningful gear. But in the early game, to mitigate RNG, we just craft flat life regen on every or flat fire res to fix that. Just sold a legendary shield over a white. Lynx. I'm not going to drop my movement skill for 50 life. See, like, that's good, but the colors don't work. So because the colors don't work, I'm not going to use it. Players who want to go a little faster, getting momentum on shield charge with faster attacks will be very big. The only issue is it adds a bit more link pressure. And I'd like to put it either in my gloves or my boots, because if you think about it, you need RF, you need Fire Trap, and then you need your shield charge. So those are the three main things that are link heavy. And the more links you put on them, the harder it is to swap the gear. So that is one big thing to pay attention to. Okay, next up we're getting our big damage nodes here, Holy Fire. In the patch, you're going to get access to a new Fire Mastery that I don't have yet, and that's the 12 Fire Multi-Passive. It's very big. Very big. For Comb, just stay away from where the volcanoes are, and everything kind of just dies. Alright, let's go ahead and go gamble a new shield. Also, I forgot, Tasuni gives us a skill point. If you remember when we went through the Crystal Veins and we got the Deshret banner, that's where you get the skill point from. I completely forgot about that. Okay, let's go quick gamble. Shield. Let's focus on armor. Okay, that doesn't have any life roll. It does have... It's okay, but it doesn't have a life roll. That's the main issue. That's nice block. That's also good, but no life. That has a really bad life roll. We're gonna vendor these. I don't want them. That has good armor, but no life. Hello? Is it really this hard to get a freaking... Like, what? Let me just vendor that. Hold on. This is crazy. The guy just won a life roll. I'll keep this one, because this one at least has decent armor. I guess I should have looked at the previous one I just sold, but it's fine. Shield. Alright, I guess we're settling on... That one's so bad, it's only 70 armor! Okay, well, we just got kind of unlucky. That does happen, so we're just going to stick with this one that at least has 500 armor. 500 armor is decent. It's effectively doubling our armor. So we're just going to go with this one. Sad it doesn't have a life roll, but that's life. Alright, so what we're going to do now is just get one green. So swap, swap, and swap. It's triple prefix. You can't craft life. You can see our armor doubles off that, and that is at least decent. Okay, next up to the Crystal Veins. There's a lot of damage in this zone. There's a lot of bleeding in this zone. If you get bled, pay attention to your life pool. These mobs are really angry, the Stygian Revenants. I think sadly we're probably going to gamble more shields. Is gambling the best way to get items on the start? It is, yeah. It is. Unless you want to, like, actually look through trade filters this early, I would personally just gamble and ignore trying to, like, search. The only time I wouldn't gamble is if you're trying to buy a unique item, right? Rare mobs are also very good for gold. That's one other thing to note. You can gamble another shield already. Maybe two. Just from killing the rare. Even after the gamble nerfs. Did they nerf gambling in this patch? In 3.28? Even if it's nerfed, I'm gonna be honest, you don't have any other way to acquire gear. So I feel like it's gotta still be worth it. You're just not using your gold this early in the game, right? It's mod tier ratings nerf. Oh, okay, it has no effect then. The primary use of gambling for us in the campaign is gem links. Getting stats as a bonus, it's not required. Like, getting the early 4 link is huge, for example. Right, vendor prices scale with your level, exactly. The earlier you gamble, the better you're making use of it. Alright, let's take that big Holy Fire node. Now your next level, if you're on 3.28, is that Mastery for 12% Fire Multi. That's a big one. I almost want to get new gloves too. I don't really like my current... Ooh, leather belt? Maybe, maybe? Nope. No life roll, no fire res roll. Oh, sad. Killa, what's the AFK salvaging method? Is it you just get your crew members to salvage and then you just literally drop everything? You get like 8k XP an hour XP? Okay, Belly of the Beast. That's what was nerfed. Oh. Alright, Piety does a lot of damage. Even her auto attacks do crazy damage. When she starts the beam, you want to just kind of move around with it. If you want to be ballsy, you can Frostblink over it. These little stationary guys put these red things on the floor. The red things do a lot of damage. I just like to circle kite, like just kite her in a circle, basically.
Calm wasn't half the man you are, Marauder.
Okay.
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head.
Okay, you let the crew harvest, and then you just sort it and drop it. Got it. Alright, Dodre is easy. Do not use your curse on her. Each one of these kind of has, like, a debuff associated with it. If you curse her, watch what happens. She might kill me. You curse her, see the flammability? She eats it, and then she glows purplish a little. Like this, like, dark thing, and then she gets bonus chaos damage. So you never want to curse Dodre. Just accept it's going to take a little longer to kill. If you go right, and you kill one, you can take a portal, and you can go left. And then that way you save time on traveling. Fire Trap better than Scorching Ray. Yeah, Scorching Ray is unfortunately a poo-poo skill. You can't really get much use out of it in RF builds. Especially when you craft an Elder Helm. It's also extremely unrealistic to be able to stand still and tank content. Only builds that are extremely expensive can actually stand still and tank all content. And if you're able to do that, you probably don't want to use a channeling skill, so up to you. Alright, Shavron's pretty easy. Don't stand on all the, like, stuff she puts on the floor. She does this little, like, tickle attack. It doesn't do anything. The books explode. That's what I meant.
Beauty shall prevail.
Okay. Next up, we take those 3 pieces, talk to Piety, put it in the black core, resummon your stone golem, and now we have Malachi. Don't stand in between Piety and Malachi. It's a good habit to not form because they will shock you. I don't know if you're immune with Purity of Elements. It might actually override and make you immune, but it's good to not do. Now, Malachi will do this little portal attack. You don't really have to worry about it. It doesn't do anything. You don't have to worry about the auto. You only have to worry about that. That slam. Now, Piety will get upset. She'll say, kill me. You just auto her to half-life or get her to half-life. Then this bubble will go away because he's invulnerable. Then you fight Malachi again. This is the beam I'm talking about. You don't really want to be in between. That's the slam. Careful if you have a golem. The golem will also sometimes tank the slam, which can cause you to run into it, so pay attention. This squiggly attack doesn't do much damage. Okay, now we go into the next phase. Everything's here the same, or everything is the same here. There's no more Piety, and Malachi will go underground when they're going to slam, I believe. Also, don't stand on those red bubbles when they're forming. First, we do top right after you do enough damage. Kill it. Go back to Malachi. Get him to like half HP. Then he'll pick the bottom one. There are also these traps. If you hit them, you take damage, but you probably won't notice with RF. Then you kill the bottom one. Okay, and then you fight the top one. There are these degen circles. You probably won't really notice them, because even if you stand in them, you're going to regen. Alright, boss dead. Now, mobs start to do damage. So, this is when the game gets a little fun. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to start selling unID'd, I forgot. Alright, talk to Diala. Grab your Ink AoE. Put that on instead of efficacy. I think you actually get that from killing Coleman Duresso. If you activate RF and you swap on the gem, you'll see the difference here. It's pretty sizable, I'd say, at this level. You do lose a little bit of damage, but it's such a small amount of damage, I don't really think it makes a difference. I put my support gem back in my gear to level it. Be careful. Sometimes if you link it with certain auras, it will increase reservation multiplier. In this moment, it is not doing that for me, but that's something to pay attention to. To understand what that means, just look at your skills on the bar here. If your auras have a letter on them, it's probably bad. It's increasing the reservation multiplier. You'll also know because you physically won't be able to run the auras. Aura of Binding, a sick find. You can use it on a piece of gear to essentially turn it into a 4-link. This is really good for trying to get upgrades. Now, I will also state that I progress a little bit differently than my POB. You are free to follow the POB, or you are free to follow me. They are kind of similar, but also kind of different. One thing that I like to do is I like to squeeze more damage in my builds for the campaign, because I'm okay with the potential occasional death, / usually I'm quick enough to react so that I don't die. So what I like to do is I like to go to library, and I like to do this after I ascend. I kind of forgot a little bit because it's been a bit. And I drop Purity of Elements in favor of Malevolence. Now, if you do this, again, you are going to be squishier, but you're going to do more damage. So you literally take your Purity of Elements, and you just swap it where to go. With Malevolence. And that gives you a 14% damage multiplier. But you are no longer immune to shock, freeze, chill. And you do lose some res, but the res doesn't matter too much. So you just use a little bit of flat life regen. I would love to get momentum going as well. We can figure out how to do that without making it too complicated. I feel like this is an upgrade. It's not. I still have to fix the fire trap links. It'll do a lot more damage when we fix it. I'm gonna take the ruby. Hope we get big life roll. We didn't really get anything, so nope.
We do this for freedom. Hello. For freedom.
Okay. My gloves are super bad. I am gonna gamble some new gloves. And specifically, I'm gonna gamble armor evasion because I want to set up life tap, faster attack, shield charge with momentum. Those are fantastic. Those are amazing. Now, what we need to do is we need to chrome them. One of two things will happen. One of three things. A, we get the right colors. B, we get the right fire trap colors. C, nothing. Bad colors. I don't even know how that's possible. Those are RF colors. We're going to pretend like that didn't happen. Okay, these are appropriate fire trap colors. So, we are going to use life tap, combustion, fire trap. Those are not the right colors. What am I talking about? It's literally the same colors I have. I'm drunk. Okay. These colors do allow this, but that doesn't really do anything yet. So we need to chrome these. Yeah. What is here, by the way? Flammability. Okay, we're gonna mess around with our gear real fast. Okay. Right. Life tap fast. Okay, good. So we'll just put. Actually, I could put flammability here for now, but I'd rather put it here so I don't get confused. Good. Put frost blink there. Put that there. Put you there. And then these are garbage. Okay. Goodbye. All right. If I want to be more tanky, I go into sovereignty. If I want to take less from a degen and do more damage, I go acrimony. Honestly, now is not a bad time to go sovereignty, but I am just going to take acrimony. Okay. Let us go onward. Actually, I have one more chrome on me. Do I dare? Do I dare? I'm going to do it. I'm stupid. Everything's fixed. Okay. So we are in desperate need in the Chrome department to fix our build.
I cannot do this yet.
Our life regen is really bad. Really bad. How do I know? Because I just looked at it. To fix life regen, you can pivot to Stone Golem. You can buy a Kikizuru ring. If you're close to 50, you can get Immortal Flesh. Best thing we can do is basically just wait till we get better gear. Life regen rate is really good, but we can't use life regen rate yet because we gotta actually find it on gear. BAS fire trap colors are 3 green, 1 red. No. Fire trap colors before Ramako is 1 blue for combustion. After you do lab and you get Ramako, then you drop the blue because combustion doesn't work for you anymore. So down there, you'll see I got a quest item. That quest item is my ass meter. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's just how I've always pronounced it. It gives you a skill point. Wait, my shield charge isn't life tapped? What the heck is going on here? Okay, here we go. Fixed. Oh, what the heck? Oh, okay. It was allies shall not die mob. Yeah, chrome. I need chrome so bad. I just want momentum. And my fire trap colors. I'm in the middle of a big recording, Kongor. Gonna have to wait till after. When do we get big kabooms? Second lap.
this yet.
Second lab, we get our explosions. 5 minutes. Well, 42. Got like 10 levels to go still. You prefer Hinakura over Ramako? I do, yeah. Hinakura is better clear. Ramako is better single target. I don't really struggle with single target in the campaign at all. In fact, I feel like nobody should struggle with RF damage in the campaign. Or, not RF damage per se, but RF single target. Single target on RF is like really good. Even right now with my very scuffed setup, it's like very good. And I don't have the right auras because I want to go change to Skitterbot, and I don't have the right gem links on Fire Trap. There. Actually want to go grab a skill point right here. Oh, there's our granite. Perfect. I am going to use that instead of... I don't like the Lestoration. Hold on. Let me roll off the Lestoration. Okay. I'm going to replace this flask here. Get our skill point right there.
Now where was I?
Vendor you for a chrome. Since I'm already here, may as well just check. Maybe we can get another chrome real fast. Never mind. Every time I use my macro to go to my hideout, it replaces the regex, so we're going to ignore that. So this area here, Chamber of Innocence, is very big for everything. Chamber of Innocence has a ton of mobs. Basically, every time there's one of these to go up, there's like a blue pack hiding somewhere. Like, here's the blue pack right here. And another blue pack. Ooh, big damage. Just for number checks, for people who are curious, 7.3k on the RF, and our fire trap is going to be super scuffed at 2,400, and that is because we don't have the right gem links.
I cannot do this yet.
Also, this part has like 3 blue packs guaranteed. One kind of when you enter, one sort of in the middle, and one in this back spot right here. Okay.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
So this guy, you just literally blink across him. He dies really fast. When you see like funky mechanics, just use Frost Blink and you avoid everything. When he's half-life, he goes into ad phase where he has to RP for a bit. Great time to drink your coffee. Just go walk over the mobs, they die. Press Blood Rage if you want frenzy charges. Okay, I'm gonna try to lean back here for my back, see if it helps a bit. Because it is on fire. Okay. Innocence is a little tougher. The beam hurts. If you have a ruby flask, press it. And then assert dominance. There are a few scary mechanics with Innocence. Sometimes he does this dash. You don't want to be in between him and the dash. It's kind of hard to predict where it is. You can just Frost Blink away. He does this other really scary mechanic where sometimes he will go in like slow motion and shoot this giant ball. You're supposed to hide behind a statue. You can also just open up a portal and take it. And then he has a slam, which is very... You can't miss it. It's a ginormous circle, like as big as you. Not, I didn't mean that in a negative way, like as big as your RF circle. And just don't stand in it, right? You just move away from it. That's the dash with the little bolts. That's the slam. Okay, it's a lot bigger than the RF. Never mind. A lot bigger. Go through the Chamber of Innocence. Talk to Bannon. You'll say, what in damnation? And then you're good to go through. We are getting ready for our first kind of difficult boss, I'd say. Kitava. Holy. If you feel like your sustain is kind of poo-poo like mine, there's two things you can do. Number one, you can spam your Ruby Flask so it has 100% uptime. Number two, you can come over here to Acrimony and take the 10% less damage taken over time. Number three, you can come down here to the Dexterity node, and then you can also take Prismatic Skin, like this. That'll give you 3 max fire res. You can also drop this whenever you're able to. Remember that when you drop this, you could get 10 dexterity back here. I don't know if it's Fire Trap though, you have to keep Fire Trap leveled. So that's 50, that's 59, so that's Fire Trap limitation, so we cancel. You can also drop that and take a 30 dex node and then another dex node, and that gets you 40, but then you are losing 5% movement speed. You craft fire res on those boots. They're very nice. Okay. Into the ossuary. From here, it looks like you can just do the objective. You actually have to go in a giant square. One day, we're going to get a better scepter. I don't know when that day is, but one day. In fact, actually, our scepter is so bad, I am 95% sure, and by 95 I mean 100, that I could go to the shop, buy a scepter, and then craft fire damage, and it would be an upgrade. Like 100%. But we don't need to do that because this scepter is better. It's really bad. Never mind. It's not better. Okay, let's go this way because this is where the quest is. Hi. Yes, you can. ID the hollowed flask and put that instead. Okay. Just gonna go do a quick little vendor here. I like taking the Crimson Jewel. It doesn't really matter. The chances of you having a usable jewel is close to 0% at this level. So don't feel bad when your jewel is very poo-poo. We're gonna try to chrome the gloves again. We didn't hit the right colors. We didn't hit the right color. We hit the right colors. Just kidding. So these are... Wait. Yeah. I think... Have I hit this combination before? I don't even know. I feel like maybe I did and I rolled over it. This right here is shield charge, life tap, faster attacks, and momentum. So we have that set up. Now we want to color for fire trap here, but I only have 2 crumps, so I'm not going to. Vitality can go there. Yeah. Okay. So I don't I don't use the identify all because it will physically take me longer to know every single NPC in each town to click the identify all. That is why I don't do that. I just can't be asked spending an extra 20 seconds every time I go to town to look for the NPC to identify. I'd rather just open my inventory and identify. That's just me, though. When it's at the hideout, it's not as bad, because it's like the same person, you just put them there. But, yeah. If your Swift Affliction cannot level, it's okay. Swift Affliction does have very high dexterity requirements. Not leveling it is just losing a tiny bit of damage, so you don't have to worry. If you want to spec a 30 dex node, you just spec a 30 dexterity node like here, and then you don't have to worry about that. Chrome. Alright. In here, we get a skill point. Gamble a weapon. I don't know if it's really ever worth gambling a weapon, I'm gonna be honest. I never gamble weapons. Oh no, they are talking about RF being problematic on the dev stream. Really? They're talking about RF. Bait. What's bait? The RF talk? There is no RF talk? Okay, how many torments or pieces? One more.
On a side note, if you got this far into the campaign run and you're enjoying it, feel free to hit that follow button and drop a comment. It really goes a long way on the channel.
Oh, I don't know who that was. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we got that cleared. Let's get our bonus skill point.
Freedom comes.
Is that identify? Identify, and let's just trash this. See you later. Okay, I'm gonna weapon swap and level that efficacy. Never mind. Never mind. Just kidding. We're just gonna leave it alone. Okay. Skill points. So we're gonna take less damage from over time, and I am going to try to fit in sovereignty now. I'm doing this to squeeze more damage and get some mitigation. No pure armor body. Correct. Pure armor body is better, but I don't have one right now.
Freedom comes.
Okay. And with my links being a little bit tight, I'm probably not going to have one. But it is better to use a pure armor. The topic on the pure armor is basically, it is better to use fire trap in RF and shield charge in these three pieces. That way you can use a pure armor body and just get a lot more armor, because the energy shield doesn't do anything, it just burns off. One could make an argument where it does give you some damage, but it's very minor, it's not worth the defensive trade-off. But since in the campaign I just use whatever gear we can to get by, the gear is always going to be kind of weird. Okay, the mobs here in the cathedral rooftop absolutely destroy. What I mean by this is if you see a Kitava Herald, it's a big guy with wings, he might punch you. They're really mad. I would skip them. If you want to fight them to assert dominance, you definitely can. They are angry, so pay attention to them. I think they're here. Maybe I'm wrong if they don't show up yet. Did they not show up yet? I do not like his loot filter. No problem. They're free. You can make one yourself. Oh yeah, those guys. I kind of burn them really fast, but a rare one will die really fast. Okay. Kill Kitava. Now, Kitava does a lot of damage. When you see the arm attack, jump over it. Just like that. When you see this mist, move away because it will degen you. That triple hit, move away. That hit is a known killer because you can get hit by the pulse and the explosion. And that will probably kill your character unless you have a granite. When the heart comes out, you just DPS the heart. Make sure you flammability it. These guys can hit kind of hard, so it's a good idea to press a granite flask here. And don't forget Blood Rage if you want frenzy charges. You only need a Blood Rage on the ad phase because that's when there's actual ads. You can't get a frenzy charge off the boss. Okay, move away. That's the pulse. And re-engage. Now, when we kill Katava, we're going to lose a lot of res. If you're running Purity of Elements, you're probably totally fine. If you're not running Purity of Elements, it'll be a little close. Jung brought up RF on his dev interview. He wants it nerfed. Did he actually say he wants it nerfed? Okay, talk to Lily. Sail to Rayclast. Now, Lily is a nice NPC. We're going to start and we're going to move out to the left here. By clearing the Twilight Strand, you're going to get access to a new library vendor. Basically, you don't have to go to library anymore. You just go to Lily and you're good. He hates the life scaling damage. I feel like that's what makes it unique. If you remember Diablo 2, the Den quest, that is basically this. You want to make sure you kill all of these mobs so you can trigger the quest. At the top right, sometimes you can see how many mobs are remaining. You can also type /remaining in the chat to see how many are left. Okay, quest completed. Back to town. Find Lily, who is either at the stash or down here.
Alright, while time and tide wait for no man.
And we are going to move on to grabbing Sovereignty. Drop Vortex. Okay, I am going to go back to library. Actually, sorry, I don't need to go to library now. I can buy from Lily. I am going to go prep the next part of my swap, which, again, this is a little different. I'm going to grab Flesh and Stone and level it there. And I'm going to grab Skitterbot, which is right here. Do I still have efficacy here? No. Frostblink, Malevolence, Flame Golem, Blood Rage, Flammability. So I basically need a new weapon. I need a new weapon. Yeah. So we could try gambling a weapon. I'm gonna be honest, I've never tried gambling a scepter before. What's the worst that could happen? 47. Okay, it's one level over. I want that one. That one's good. Okay. 50. Yeah, it's got that nice fire damage roll. To be fair, that fire damage roll is equivalent to like 20 fire multi or 16 fire multi. So whereas it is really nice, it's not like OP. We do need to hit red, blue, blue. Okay, cool. So at 47, we get a new weapon. And the reason why, even though that number looks really big, diminishing returns kicks in really hard. You, like, stacking a bunch of increase only gets you so far, and our skill tree is all increase, basically. Heavy belt. Heavy belt can be good, depending on the role. Not good. Alright, from here in Mudflats, we're looking for this NPC who is very dark colored. And they drop a quest item for us that we need. One of these. It's either these or this one or all of them, I forgot. There we go. Grab that. Come over here to the left. Okay, this guy, you get him to half life, and then he goes invulnerable. You gotta start killing these totems. I find like 2 to 3 fire traps is enough. One if your damage is really good. You don't want to take too long on them because otherwise the guy gets time to catch up. Okay. Then go through here and go north to exit. Wonder if we're ever going to get the right colors on our boots map. I wonder. How many divines should I farm before starting maps? None? You don't need divines to farm maps. You just go map. I think I know some people who like to heist before they map. I don't ever do that. I just map. RF's is a great build for early league starting with no gear. I think we can actually activate. Nice. You always want to make sure you're in stone stance here on Flesh and Stone. The other one doesn't do anything for you. Oh, are we 47? We are. Life tap, flammability, Swaparooski. Our damage check is 10k. Change That Bind is a nice card. It's part of a 6-link set, and it drops out of here. So if you get one on League launch, you can sell it for usually a couple chaos, I think. I want to say there was a lab trial in there and we missed it, but it's okay because there's a waypoint associated with that. RF is good for delving. Like 300 to 500 depth, I think, is where most people farm. No. I think RF's great for low-level delving. It's a deep delving, which is a different story. RF is good for harvest. Yep. RF is good for every league mechanic at a baseline, except for Legion I have this on my website. It's not good at Legion. It's not good at, like, you know, really difficult Delirium content. It's good at Delirium, just don't, you know, don't try to tackle content you're not ready for. It's also not good for Sanctum. These are kind of self-explanatory, though, right? Like, you're playing a build of the Ring of Fire that's meant to be tanky. You don't really want to be doing mechanics where you don't want to get hit, you know? Where's... the heck is his layout? I blame the Vol side area. When POB 3.28. You can already get a temporary one on the website. There will be more updates to my filters as time comes. Or not filter, but the POB. Side note, guys, this is a YouTube recording. We're going to focus on the run. I'm more than happy to answer more questions after.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. Over here at the prison, you got Shavron and Brutus. Brutus hits exceptionally hard. Phase 1, you phase Brutus. Try not to be in between the hook. It does damage, and then he does the slams. They do a lot. Next up is Shavron. Okay. Here, just, I like to kind of kite in a circle. Careful of the hook. Okay. Prisoner's Gate. We are looking for Abarath here. Next boss. Abarath gives a skill point. You do not want to exit here at Western Forest. I mean, you can if you want to, but I like to kill Abarath first. So we're going to go looking for Abarath. My life feels kind of low. We're going to have to scale some life soon. Oh, here we go, actually. It is time for a Skitterbot. Now, we do need to mess around with our links a little. I'll put this one here. Put Skitterbot there. We turn off Vitality. We enable Skitterbot. Now my sustain is even worse. Let's go. Oh, I did this even without the Sovereignty node, but this makes it easier in case we life tap or don't have life taps, so... No! Ghosts are bad. You don't want ghosts in boss fight. No! Go away. We don't want to deal with that.
What are you doing? God drag you to damnation if you're going to stand by.
Ooh, kind of core. I don't like Arrogance Vitality. It's takes up 2 extra sockets, and you're going to reserve like 20-30% of your life. I don't think that that's ever worth it. I think if you want to play tankier, you just follow the POB and don't copy what I do. Alternatively, you can buy a 1 Chaos Unique called Kikizaru, and that will boost your sustain. You can also get Immortal Flesh coming up very soon in Trade League. It'll only be a couple chaos, and it will triple your regeneration. I'm gonna double your regeneration. I don't think reserving your HP is ever good. I think it's like a really bad band-aid. The only one who could reserve HP properly was Jug. That's because Jug's max hits were very high. Very high. Oops. What is the skill on spacebar? That is Blood Rage. Okay, from the crumbled road here, you want to follow it. This will take us to our next boss. Can I jump here? No. That next boss, if you're playing in hardcore, you might want to skip and come back. Does a lot of chaos damage, but he really has chaos res at this level. You can get a little bit of chaos res with these 2 points here. Have you spent any time cooking the Atlas strat? I have, but if you look on the screen, we're currently doing a YouTube recording. I'm not going to be talking about Atlas strats right now. Okay, spawning ground. From here, if your regen shit like mine, you might degen in the puddles. If your regen's good, you won't degen, you'll regen. So that's one thing to note. It's a nice regen check right here. Okay, perfect. We're gonna go back. Got a lot of skill points here to claim. Should be 3. 1. Honestly, our helmet is kind of good, but we'll take this helmet. It's probably going to be bad.
Stay sharp out there.
Let's see here.
Stay sharp out there. Welcome. Farewell.
Good. Alright, these 3 skill points are going to go into the Dexterity, Max Fire Res, and then Prismatic Skin. That's going to help us with a little bit of sustain that we definitely need. I'm also going to take this time to go back to my hideout and see if we can craft Fire Res on any other pieces. Normally, I'd recommend not doing that. In fact, I would not craft for an elk, but these boots are not coming off, so I decided it was worth it personally. We need a new amulet really badly. That thing is awful. Okay, so the riverways. Quick slash passives check if you want to go confirm. I don't know if I'd gamble necklace. I think I'd just check shops or pick them up in Alchem, or I don't really know, because it needs to be an int dex. Has to be int dexterity. Okay, prismatic skin. I think next up is probably some life nodes, which are really good and really bad, because if I don't have enough sustain, which I don't think I do, I think I'm going to start to degen. Hope the back gets better soon, man. Thanks for the kind words. It is aching in a lot of pain right now, but the run must go on. I think we gotta go down more. Yeah, I did get the MRI results from my back. The MRI results said, maybe you guys know what this means, because I haven't went to the doctor yet, because I just got them today, and league launch is literally like in 2 days, so. What is this? L4, L5, 1 mm disc bulge? Bulge, oh boy. L5, S1, 2 mm disc bulge. But L4, L5 also says bilateral facet osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis? Yeah, there we go. I don't know what that means. Not great. Yeah, it could have been worse, though. It means your back is gonna hurt. Oh, believe me. Believe me. Yeah, my issue with physical therapy is I don't have insurance, so I might do like 1 course of physical therapy if they let me, and then based off what they teach, based off what like they teach me, I might just go do it myself. Doing a campaign run and not showing off MTX. Sure. Actually, this account doesn't have MTXs. I'm on a different account right now, so I could have a fresh restart, so I can't show them. Blue is my favorite, though. Blue is my favorite. So what is the disc bulge? That means a slip disc. I have 2 slip discs in my back. One is a 1 mm bulge and one is a 2 mm bulge. Man, the money people would pay for a 1 mm bulge, you know what I'm saying? Not quite. Okay. Not slipped. It's just like out of place a little. Hey, I'm just saying, man. No, it's just swollen but pressing on the nerves. Okay. Best thing I could do is exercises to strengthen it so it doesn't hurt as much, / it's not as bad. So it doesn't bulge as much. The crazy part is my hip is what caused most of the pain. It's a combination between the hip and the lower back. Right now my hip is much better. It's a lot better. I can actually walk and stuff. But my back still hurts a lot. But the back only hurts a lot. Well, it's in 2 different places. When I wake up in the morning, my lower back hurts. And then when I sit on the couch too much, or when I sit in my chair, even though I have a ergonomic chair from Herman Miller, I got the air on. I think I got it too late after too much damage was dealt. So once I get more mobility back, we'll go on our stretching journey. Okay. Yeah, that's actually what I do right now, are hamstring stretches. Okay. By the way, if you're really fancy, I forgot to mention there, went on a little topic on my back there. If you're from right here, count how many clicks it takes to frost blink here. Look, on my first try, it was 1, okay? Now, when you're at the Brine King's Reef, there are these golems right there that just hit me. Golems hit really hard. So, you gotta be a little careful. You left lab behind. Yeah, we're gonna go back and do lab. We're level 50, so we can't even ascend yet. You can't do the second lab until you do Chamber of Sins, like the Malagaro stuff. So, we still gotta kill this boss, and if Gotta kill this boss first before he can even think about ascending. Yeah, the golems, though, very spooky. Be very careful about trying to tank a golem. They might send you to Lumpy if you get my reference. Isn't there one in the prison? There is. We're going to go back and do the labs after. They're not going anywhere. Where am I going? Okay, it's right here. This layout sucks. Sucks! Who designed it? This is also a good time to take your corrupted blood immunity. I like taking it around this time. Alright. Now here's Brine King. Now before we fight him, I am going to attempt to gamble a new shield because I don't like my current shield. It gives no life, and I want life. So, gambling a shield. I would love life and life regen. Okay, 20 life is... Come on, give me like 80. I mean, it's okay. Because it has, like... It has 25 strength, so half of that is life. And then it has fire res, which is regen. And I can craft armor. This one's okay. So, we're going to have to take this one. Now, what we're going to do is... We don't have any armor scraps, otherwise it would have been a good candidate to armor scrap. So we are just simply going to go to the hideout, and we are going to craft armor on this shield. I'm just going to do that. And now it has similar armor, but a lot more life. Oh, and then I need... Actually, we don't even need to color it, so perfect. We'll just do that. Also didn't realize this had 20 life on it, but oh well. Okay.
Strong, so dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see?
Wait, my regen's a lot better. What happened?
For His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
No, my mana is correct. You can go for a swim if you want to flex on Brine King. If you're going to do this, you probably want a Ruby Flask. You can do this to avoid a lot of the shocks and stuff. My mana looks like this because I have a different aura setup than my PoE. And I don't want to run Unbound Ailments in this setup right now. And I don't want to force too much gear pressure, which is why I do this. Okay, very nice. It is time to go to the next act. Why couldn't my shield look like that?
Farewell.
Okay, onward. Now, one big thing to note here, after you kill Brine King, you want to allocate Brine King Pantheon. This will prevent you from getting chain stunned. These don't really matter too much. We're going to get a new minor Pantheon soon. So, to the Broken Bridge we go.
cannot do this yet.
Okay. When you get that waypoint, you either go north or you go south. You can't do north without south, but you can get a waypoint, so I'm just going to go south first. If you see these are delirium mirrors. You can hit them if you want. I don't really bother with them. You can actually make some currency if you get really lucky, and that is only because cluster jewels that drop from delirium, sometimes people want low-level cluster jewels to eliminate a lot of mods, and around this level is, I'd say, when it's relevant. But that's one thing to know. I would avoid them, but sometimes you can get lucky. I don't really like doing anything that makes the campaign take longer. That might just be because I've done it over 100 times. You know, when I say it like that, it sounds very despair. Okay. As for our points, I want to drop that, but that needs a 15 dex node. So I am going to drop that, then take this dex node here, which allows me to refund this node so that I can take Heart of the Warrior for gargantuan life. Nope, stop running that. Boom, boom, boom.
Come on now. Don't go all day.
Now in here, in the crypts, we are just looking for the quest item. There is also a labyrinth trial here. Again, we can skip it if we don't find it, only because there is a waypoint literally right there, so even if you skip it, you're fine. So we still have to go back and do... This one is later, and this is Act 6 Prison that we skipped. Now go the opposite way, and we can go ahead and grab our quest item. It's actually down here, if you see that right there. Okay, so it's this one that takes us there. Yeah. How many hours of shield charging do I need before I can stop getting stuck on everything? Honestly, that's a good question. The best thing I can tell you is reposition yourself often with Frostblink when you get frustrated. So like when you try to shield charge and it doesn't commit, just try to Frostblink.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, now that we got that, we can leave. And we can go over here. I hope you're getting ready, because very soon you're going to see the reason why people play RF Chieftain, and that is when we ascend. Everything will change when we ascend. Kind of like the Fire Nation attacking, you know? So for here, we do want to make our way to the middle. The middle is where we need to be. Perfect. We're going to click that. And we are going to go put in the Malagaro map here. And we're going to fight Malagaro. GGG shoutout. Sorry, what? Octavian's a cool guy. Wait, they're still talking about RF? Alright. So, for Malagaro, he does a lot of chaos damage. I would recommend not standing still here. Just kind of move around. It's kind of the theme of the bosses. When he loses a bit of life, you do get these, like, little mini-bosses that spawn. They die really fast. Be careful of the purple beams. Octavian's a cool guy. Okay, perfect. From here... talk to Silk, get that key. Now, there's a few things we can do here. I am going to go back to the prisoner's gate. Sorry, to the prison. And we are going to go look for the trial. And it's actually right there. We can see it on the map. Okay, perfect.
I cannot do this yet.
Hit the crafting recipe. Okay.
Is the strongest.
Now we can go back and we can do the next one. So that's going to be right here, Chamber of Sins. Perfect. Okay. This is the last trial we need for our labyrinth. This labyrinth is very, 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 very big. And in fact, in the patch, this is getting buffed. It's going from... so right now, it's going to be a 5% chance when you kill monsters for them to explode, dealing 500% life. They're taking the 5%, they're doubling it to 10, but they're taking the top end of the 500 and making it 250. That's a buff. 250% damage of a monster's health is obscene amounts of damage because that scales with our modifiers like fire damage with time multiplier, etc. And then we make that create an ignite, which does even more damage, but the ignite stuff will happen a little bit later. Okay. Silver, that's Stip Knight, never mind. Silver is good, it gives onslaught, but... okay. Hit the waypoint. To the trial. I'm also going to start taking life nodes. You can choose to go Juggernaut here with Armor Mastery, or you can go, like, Purity of Flesh. I'm going to take Purity of Flesh.
Justice will prevail.
Taking me? I guess that's kind of fine. Sure, whatever. is unhappy. Let's see if we can try switching like this.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, we're gonna go down to the trial. Good. And then I think we just cut right here, and this takes us to trial. Yes. Perfect. Okay.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes when defiant is the effigy. To undefined the emperor is to dance with death.
You notice at this point, I'm kind of skipping these things. Our character kind of does a ton of damage, so we can kind of just phase stuff very, very quickly, making the fights a lot less rippy, so that's pretty much what we're doing. We're actually 3 levels under, too. It's a 55 zone, we're 52. We're gonna go up.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
All right.
An emperor
Perfect.
is the most devious trap of
It is time to get our very, very, very juicy node.
the trap of tyranny is inescapable.
First thing I like to do is always click the altar, because even if you disconnect, as long as you hit that altar, you will get your skill point. Okay. I'm gonna, ooh, 10 quality. I'm gonna take that for our Righteous Fire. You can see the area increase, it's quite visible. From here, we are taking the beautiful Hinakora Death's Fury. Okay.
I cannot do this yet.
Good, good, and let's go. Is it time we maybe try to color our gear? Maybe? Do we have enough chromes to finally hit the right colors? I wonder. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Goodbye. Yeah, surely we can color it now. Yeah. Alright. It's been like 30 levels, Boots. It's time for you to hit the correct colors. We need green, green, blue, red. Oh, we got it! Perfect. Trap and mine. Good. And this burning damage is not even. Alright. Good time to take a look at our gear. Anything that's really bad, we can try to upgrade. Honestly, the body armor is not good, but we are using 2 blues here. So the only way I can kind of get rid of this is if we get a blue over here, which is possible. Let's try to gamble. Let's see here. Well, rings, you don't really want to gamble rings. They're really expensive. You can. How expensive is a ring? 1K? I'll do 1 for you.
Doubt even I could sell that.
Yeah, you can't sell that, Faustus. Okay, so we're gonna do random armor here. That's not bad. That's hybrid life. That's not hybrid life. That is a chunky amount of life on this one right here. That's triple prefix, suffix open for fire res. This is very good. This is a lot better than this. I'm down for that. Okay. To use this, we're going to need to get at least... Wait, we have no more chromes. We have a little bit of chromes left. At least one blue here and one blue here. Let's see how this is going to go. Okay, I did get a blue. So there's Malevolence. But that means that this needs a blue and a green. Maybe no Blood Rage for now, but that's kind of sad. That's rough. That's okay. No Blood Rage for now. It's fine. Surely, is the extension bugged? No, I'm on another account, and you have to completely disconnect out of Twitch if you want to sync it up. There's the explode. Exploding right into level ups. It is beautiful.
I cannot do this yet.
Oh, that's what I was going to do, is craft fire res. Thanks. Could do that at some point. See, even here, 5% is enough, so 10% explode at 250 feels nerfed to my ape brain. I think people really overthink this change. When your Hinokora one-shots mobs, why do you need it to over one-shot mobs? You don't. You just want it to proc more often. The faster it procs, the faster you clear. When your Hinokora kills a mob in 0.2 of a second, and then it goes from 0.2 to 0.4, it's okay. Because it's still basically instant. And whatever it doesn't kill... Well, I mean, it does kill it. Yeah, it's just an upgrade. It's just a win. It is a win on every scenario, unless you're Hateful Accuser. And I still even think it's not even that bad for that version. Like, that rare insta-die. If you have the damage and a proc and ignite, it's still basically insta-die. And he explodes chain. Yes, and it's even easier to chain now. Because it's double the proc rate. So looking forward to Friday. Yup. With this video almost finished, all I have to do now is make the League Start video, and then I'm kind of stress-free, and the rest of the videos are going to be like discussion, knowledge, like much easier to make, I'd say. These ones are actually a little stressful. Mainly due to time constraints, more than anything. The time constraints and the very long-form video, along with, like, my most recent, like, back pain issues, make them hard to record. Make them very hard. Okay, make sure you grab the star here. It is a skill point. And we are going to the Vol City, one of the worst zones in the entire campaign, because no matter how you traverse it, you can never get to the middle. Back pain, gang. Rise up. Fellow back pain. I can't say enjoyers, because none of us enjoy it. I want to approach. I don't wanna. Wait, is it further up? It has to be. I think you figured out, but you realize you ran a circle and are at the beginning. What do you mean I'm at the exit? Okay, from here, I like to go back to Northern Forest. And we are now looking for the den, so we can pick up some fireflies and kill a little boss. Okay, gotta collect, I think, 7 fireflies. And then we gotta fight a boss who is very easy to kill. I think I'm gonna have to take a short break again for my back. Do some more stretching. Alright, into the den. Now this guy, if you have really good damage, you can kill him in like 5 seconds. When he starts to roar like this, don't stand still, because these like shades are aiming to go to your location. And now we get 3 skill points. 1. Also, shout out, if your character looks like this, it means you're playing the game right. Okay, there's 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful. Identify my items. Goodbye. Alright, 4 points. I am gonna go ahead and take Juggernaut with crit damage reduction. And I want to say I'm probably going into Templar. If you want more AoE, you can go to Explosive Impact. But I'm going to go to Templar because we get good stuff along with AoE. Okay. There is no spell that will be better than Rolling Magma. It doesn't exist. Holy Flame Totem did not receive a damage buff. It simply gains some projectiles when you level with it.
I cannot do this yet.
Until they nerf Rolling Magma or heavily buff other skills, there will just be no replacement to it. Especially Ignite Proliferation mechanics. Part of what makes Rolling Magma so strong on players who understand how to use it is you just drop a firewall, shoot a Rolling Magma, and walk away, and the targets are dead. That saves you so much time in the early game. But of course, for players who don't enjoy a Rolling Magma, my build guide has had Holy Flame Totem in it for a long time, and you are free to level any way you'd like, but understand that if you choose to deviate a lot, you may not have the same result, right? Now for Arakali, I like having this Chaos Res node here. You definitely don't need it. It does help though. It does help. Ooh, 6 socket. That vendors for some jeweler orbs. This way. Oh, Aracali, where are you? I need to take that break because my back's not happy. Aracali, where art thou? Here we go. You can't compare Templar Holy Flame Totem to Marauder. The buff will not change anything with damage. It will maybe make clear a little better. POB is not updated on website to 3.28 really question mark. Why do you have to make it sound like that? The POB is in a good enough state to use. Just go download it and you're free to start runs. You should grab the latest POB closer to the league start because it will always get more updates. It takes time to push a text update for the website, but the POB is ready to use. Just because the website says 3.27 doesn't mean you can't use it. It's most likely a language barrier with the ways people speak. I try not to take things personally, but when people sound really entitled, it's hard not to. But I assume most of it is just broken English, language barrier, people not understanding what they mean. Okay. Since we are now done with Aracali, we can go ahead and switch on to our correct Pantheon. So let's go to our hideout and switch on... Where is it? Ralakesh. I think I forgot to give an overview fight of the boss fight. I got distracted by a chatter. That was my bad. Let's take some of these and vendor them. $13 damage over time multiplier. That'd actually be okay, but there's no way we have that int requirement. Special reminder for players who are on 3.28, you can take the 12% fire multi on this fire mastery. I think it replaces this one, which is very good. I miss Blood Rage. let us go through here. Okay, so if you want to save some time in this zone, you basically never go left, you just go right. And there's a lot of degen in the sewers here, but if you're playing the build correctly, you're not really going to degen. One other thing to note is we are basically on the level of Immortal Flesh. So if you want to get a crazy surge in regeneration, you can go to Trade League. And Trade League will basically allow you to buy an Immortal Flesh. And Immortal Flesh will give you upwards of 300 life regen on your belt slot, which is an incredible amount of life regen. You also basically use Immortal Flesh almost all the way to level 100. There is potentially 1 or 2 belt upgrades in between, but they're very end game. Immortal Flesh on League Start is pretty cheap. Depends on if you are one of the players who is really far ahead, in which case it might be more expensive. But if you are a casual player, by the time you get to Immortal Flesh, it's usually a couple chaos at the most. It's a very common uni, so the price drops very quickly. One big thing is you don't have to buy a good, like a proper rolled one. You can just buy a bottom rolled one for literally 1 or 2 chaos, and it jumpstarts you like crazy. What if I'm washed? Then it only costs a couple chaos for you. It's good. Are you keeping your other flask besides Quicksilver up at all times? I close my eyes and smack the keyboard. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Now, this Dodre has 3 different phases. I killed her too fast, I didn't realize. Red means you take bonus damage. Green means you do less damage. And I think purple slows you. To cleanse it, you can click this little pipe. She'll go invulnerable, and then she removes the stacks. Don't ever go left here. You can save time. You don't even need to ever go to that zone. I readjusted in my chair. Its back's feeling a little better, so. Alright. From here, there is a mandatory onk that you have to find. So before you zoom too far into the zone, you want to make sure you're kind of checking the edge here so you can get the onk. It's a skill point, and it's this right here. There's this little narrow bridge. Otherwise, you gotta backtrack all the way, and nobody's got time for that. Okay. So, 2 things we can do. You can actually drop a waypoint close to that spot. And instead, we can go this way. Unless I'm trolling myself. And what this is going to do is over here. Is it the grain crate we're going to? Let me see. Unless I did the... Did I do the big debate? Did I just connect the other way? No, we're good, we're good. I think it's down here. You don't have to do this. You can just choose to go fight the person. I'm just trying to save a little bit of time. Okay. And then what we can do is there's a waypoint in the next zone right at the start. And these are not connected. This spot and this spot are not connected. So we can go here, click the waypoint, go back to town, and then walk through the portal. And now we are back here at this spot. Our Uber's fine. RF is not good for Ubers. RF is a map clear build. Making a map clear build fight the hardest content in the game for a single target is not ideal. Just like a build that's farming Ubers that's primarily single target is not the best to map with. Alright. Talk to Clarissa. Port back. There should be a skill point.
Good. Why are you still standing there?
Tell me, good luck to you.
Gets maybe... Oh, Clarissa right here. Okay. From here, you want to follow the dead corpses. Dead corpses? I guess I can just say the corpses. Yeah. Also, these are my favorite bosses. I forgot to do the lineup. Oh, I'm so sad. Usually I throw one fire trap at each and then trigger the encounter and they just die. Okay, so we're not going that way. Let's see. Looking for the corpses. Here? Yeah, through this way. Damn, like, look how messed up that is, dude. Right? This way. I always like picking up the first map. It's good luck for me. I can't even tell. There's a bunch of dead stuff here. Is that the same thing? I don't think that's the same thing. No, I think it's up there, maybe. I kind of confused myself. Hold on. Is it right here and I didn't see? Ah, it's because I didn't go here. Okay, that's why. Yeah, this guy. Right here. Layouts can be a little sneaky sometimes. Alright. Let me go back and get my skill point from killing the little gemlings. So you? Yep. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. That gives us some ignite chance, along with some damage, along with some res, which res is also life regen for us, so that's really nice. You'll notice that I pick up very little gear, and more so, very little of my gear is changing. This is because the build will kind of carry itself through the campaign. You are going to have to, at some point, actually upgrade your gear, but this will get you through the campaign, and I will save the most of my gold now for gambling some gear at the end. You still have to craft fire res on your chest. Yeah, that'll give a little bit more regen, although our regen's kind of fine, so it's not a big deal. It'd be a bigger deal if I was trying to run Blood Rage right now, but I can't because of gem pressure. Heavy belt. Oh, I don't have any wisdoms. Oops. Whoops-a-daisy. Is it this way, or is it the other way? I think it's this way. Remember, fire trap levels are mandatory. If you are lacking attributes to level up fire trap, consider crafting attributes instead of fire resistance on a piece of gear, or consider taking dexterity nodes like here. I guess we can't get the other one yet. You can also hold on to this if you need to. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go through. If you did not get the waypoint there, you might have to backtrack. It's a little unfortunate. If you got the waypoint, you can easily just tele out. And now we are going to go ahead and kind of go through. And that's a dead end, so that means it's probably going to be in this bottom quadrant. So let's go there. Okay. What do you think would be best to farm on RF this season? I genuinely don't know what people like to do for early currency. Expedition is always kind of free, and Expedition can make you a ton of currency. So, like, realistically, you can just farm Expedition. If you want to try something new, you can try, like, the new Breach. That's probably what I'm going to do. Okay, from here, we're going to grab the waypoint and just kind of move onward. I think the waypoint is down this way. Blight's fine as long as you have Ignite Prolif. Without Ignite Prolif, it's still manageable, but you need to use towers more. Anything about RF change this season? Go on my YouTube. Click the RF changes video. I make one every league. This is a decent zone to catch up XP if you want to. Okay. I am going to go and grab Disciple of Training. Now we are going to go ahead and move upwards to this boss here. Up to 79. Oh, you're still in the baby version of the build. The Uber Lab gets you a lot stronger because you can push 90 max res really early. Okay. Now we are looking for the blue one. Where art thou, O blue one? Kinda wanna get a new shield and or spend 15 chromes and just force a new shield. Not new shield, but one blue and one green so I can get Blood Rage back because I really want Blood Rage. Yeah. What is it that they mean when they say go to Hinakura? Is that like going to Valhalla, like dying in combat? Like, what do you think? Can we farm early delve darkness farming? I haven't done darkness farming in 32 leagues. I don't know what that requires, but RF has insane life regen, so I'm gonna assume so. Also, just not turn on RF if you want to just farm the darkness, and then you still have an abundance of life regen. As long as you're not deep delving, RF's good for delve.
Hello.
Who's got the ID all? Is it you?
Hello.
It is.
Bye.
This is a decent amulet for early game. It gives you like a lot of increase, but it's okay. Also gonna hold on to this belt because this belt is actually, if I craft life, this belt is really good. We're crafting life. We're using this belt. Should be. It is actually more life and more regeneration. Now you can craft that fire res on the body armor. It has been done. Okay, let's clean up our inventory here. It's looking a bit messy. Get that out of the way. Don't need Warlord's Mark. That's trash. Keep that Quicksilver. Vendor U, Vendor U, Vendor U. Not using Vitality, not running Purity of Elements. Yeah, get all this stuff out of the way. Good. Oops.
The name's too.
Yeah, get that all out.
Keep fighting.
Alright. Now we got 2 bosses to kill. We have to go kill the actual act boss. But before we do the actual act boss, I personally like to go here to the bathhouse. And what we are going to do, that's a big life node, by the way, 200, is we're going to do the trial here. If we don't do the trial, it's okay. We'll just do it later. We're going to go to a really rippy zone known as... Is it High Gardens? Brain's not working. Yeah, the Porcupine Gardens. That's a good way to describe it. Better have armor gardens. Better have resistance gardens too, because, you know, they can roll like extra cold damage. Fallen in recent leagues has been like, I don't know, 70, 80, 90 divines, so... That's up to you, man, if you want to spend that much on his Fallen. Hateful Accuser RF builds should still be fine. I expect their damage got nerfed, but is more consistent. Grand Promenade. No, I want to go there. It's in the corner there? I mean 100 divines. I don't know. I don't really keep up with the economy. I just know it's expensive. Keeping up with the economy is a job, and I play for fun. What is fun? Baby, don't hurt me. Alright. Let's kill these two bosses, and then I think I gotta go take that stretch break, because it is not happy right now. So those porcupines, if you saw the big shard explosions, when you kill them, they do this explosion where they shoot out spikes, and it can happen instantly because of like how, you know, you kill stuff very quickly. So that can be very dangerous. I always progress the same way. I play Trade League for a few weeks, and then I go SSF. That is my preferred method of progression. This boss has a lot of damage. I got a little distracted. My back pain's hurting a lot. It's got the add phase. It's got the jump phase. Basically, you do 30% of the boss's life. He spawns adds, and don't stand on too much of the damage over time.
What do you find?
Not trying to get sloppy. I do apologize. It's just the back pain's extreme.
Stay out of the shadows.
Do. It's kind of nice. Not the right attributes there. Yeah. Figured. Okay. Back to Lunaris. Let's go kill the bosses. Let's get some AoE too.
Cannot do this yet.
Okay. This is Lunaris and Solaris. Before you can kill one, you have to kill the other. So when one is immune, just hit the other one. So like here you can see the boss is getting chipped. It went away. Now we're going to hit this one. Now they switch. We're going to switch. Every time they swap, I do believe you need to recast flammability. So pay attention to that. So here, recast flammability. There's a lot of stuff that happens in this fight. Just don't stand still. Keep your flask on. And if you get low, press your HP flotation. It'll heal you. Don't stand in that. And whenever the comets rain, don't stand in the comets. They're really mad. And then the boss is over. All right, and we can move on. Hey, thanks for the raid, Manny. We're doing a YouTube recording run for the campaign, so there will be minimal chat activity. About to take a 5-minute stretch break as well, so I'll see you guys in a little bit. Blood Aqueduct is a great place to catch up in levels if you need to. Just like the previous Aqueduct, whenever there's a little dugout, you can actually go there and kill the mobs, and there's a guaranteed blue pack. Try to show an example of one pops up here. Probably on the left here, maybe? Or not. Okay. We're just IDing everything we found. These are actually 25 movement speed. These are pretty good. We are going to go ahead and stash those there and leave them alone. Amplify. Okay. Only thing I'd really want to do right now is incorporate Blood Rage, but we're coming up to the end of the campaign, so at this point, I just leave it alone and just leave the gem links as is. We're going to try to maybe speed this up a little bit and try to finish this. See if my back can take another hour and a half or hour of this. Over here, you're going to encounter Betrayal for the first time. This is the Jun interaction. You can actually get some really good starting gear from it. It's not a bad idea to do it, especially if you need more gear. The mechanic has something where you unveil equipment. If anyone's played PoE 2, it's similar to the Desecration, except you just right-click the piece of gear. You don't have to do anything else. And this is the mechanic right here. We're going to be skipping it. Basically, you just click random options. You can just interrogate people. They're going to drop equipment, and then you right-click and you unveil it. It's also a good idea to try to find the waypoint here, because we're going to have to come back to the zone. Right now, we are looking for... I don't know if it's past the waypoint or before. I'm going to guess past the waypoint. We're looking for this big circle. Oh, here we go. Right here, actually. All the way down here. Wow. Okie dokie, got the Stormblade. Now we're going to try to leave here. Perfect. At Foothills, there's going to be a waypoint right in front of us, I think. Right, isn't it like right over here? Okay, I lied. Maybe it's not. It's like pretty close, I thought. Oh, maybe I'm confusing it with the next zone. Is that what it is? Or the waypoint's in front of the zone? How does it work again? Here it is. Yeah, okay. Grab the waypoint and go into the Boiling Lake. Boiling Lake, we're just going to zip all the way to the end where there is a boss. Very easy boss.
I cannot do this yet.
Wait, did I pass it? This way, maybe? Thought it was there because, like, the arena's kind of open. Here it is. Right? Yeah, there he is, by the recipe. So this guy petrifies you. It's best to not stand in front of his face. If you want to, you can. I typically just Frostblink to the other sides. That's the petrify attack. What do you gamble for Cloak of Flame, please? I don't really know what that means. What do you gamble for Cloak of Flame? Like, energy shield armor, you mean? If you go on my website, type in Cloak of Flame, it'll explain this to you. Website FAQ answers most questions. What is your take on the new Fire Totem gem? Haven't looked at it. We'll look at it when we're done with our YouTube run. Yeah, if you look at Cloak of Flame, it will say it is a Scholar's Robe. Scholar's Robe is pure energy shield, therefore you have to gamble pure energy shield. But if you want to increase your odds, go check out my website, FAQ. There is a Labyrinth trial in here, but we got the waypoint. So, we can just come back to it later. Okay, I want some damage, so we're going to grab Retribution next. That's a 30% damage node. Actually, 15, because we don't go Spiritual Aid anymore. I forgot. Rax, thank you for the raid. We have minimal chat activity right now, as we are trying to get through our YouTube campaign run for 3.28 for players. Hello, everyone. All right. This boss is the frame rate destroyer. Basically, you just hit him in the face. You don't really have to worry. Stay out of these clouds. They're going to hurt you a lot. Tara, does it help you, by the way, if I send you the whole file? Because I am recording, or is it just easier for you to do it your way? New RF Soldier. How you doing, friend? Can't wait for the update. It's going to be awesome. Alright. We're going to go hit this waypoint here before we go on. We don't want to lose the waypoint. All right. Oh yeah, just do it. Just do it your way. And if the quality's bad, which I don't think it will be, you can just take mine. Because it's going to take a while to process all of it, right? So it's better you get started now, I think. So your way's probably better. Mine can just be like a backup. I think it'll be okay. Okay, that guy's super easy. Just move away when he does like the big slam attack. Here we're gonna turn in the powder keg. Get a skill point. It's hard to keep up with these later bosses in the campaign because by this point your damage is online and everything kind of just dies really fast. There's a nice damage node. Now, one thing we can do also is we can talk to Sin, and then we can talk to these people. We can take the shield, but then realize it's really bad, so then we can vendor it back. Like that. Then we can talk back to Sin. Then we can talk back to these people again, and then they give us the bottled storm. And then we can go down here. If you go on my website right now, and you take the build, it's actually somewhat updated already. There weren't significant enough changes for me to tell you not to play it. Obviously, there will be more and more changes as time comes. It just takes time. I don't think PoE is actually up to date yet. So, like, we can't really change that per se. But everything is in a working state and you're good to use it. This is the weirdest layout I've ever seen. Now from here, we just went back to the Vestiri Desert with the bottled storm. So we could go through the location over here to the Oasis. And now we are looking for Shakira. Oh, look at this little guy. He looks so cute. I never even saw the little turtle. Can you already feel the difference with 10% explode? I don't know. We can't play 3.28 yet, man. I'm sure I will. I mean, it's literally double the explode. These runs are meant so everyone has as up-to-date information as we can provide, but as there is no client to test, like, stuff, which honestly, I don't want that. I really dislike when content creators get special privilege to test stuff because it ruins, like, for me, it ruins the excitement and hype and turns the game more into a job, and it's already a job enough. Like, I love the game, but I don't want it to feel more like a job, you know? I hate, like, PTRs and stuff. I don't know, kills the excitement of stuff for me. Alright, Shakira's really easy. You just basically move around. Sorry, again, I forgot. The bosses die so fast, it's hard for me to keep up with them. Just to explain it, sorry, at the beginning, you just do like 50%, and then you gotta walk through here, kill the ads. And then in this final phase, there's like quicksand. Don't stand in the quicksand, and just move around when she jumps. Yeah, I'm gonna take Sanctity now. What is current tooltip? It is 26k without frenzy charges. And with frenzy charges... Oh, I don't have frenzy, sorry. No more blood rage.
I cannot do this yet.
You don't gotta apologize, shit. People are just doing the best they can to keep up with the questions. It's one of the downsides of doing recordings live on stream, but I just don't have the time to do it otherwise. Okay, rotting core. So you pick 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter which order you go in, but you gotta do them. I typically go either right to left or left to right, so it's easy to remember. So let's start right. There's a stretching help. The stretching helps a lot. I just don't want to overdo it, so I don't stretch more than 3 times a day. I typically do like, okay, I guess right now it's 4, but it's very light stretches. Also, I have to go all the way to bed to stretch because I can't properly, like, I mean, I don't want to hurt my hip again until it's healed trying to get on the floor, so. Alright. So for Shav, watch out for the glowing balls. And try not to stand in their face because of that. If you want to, you kind of can, but you shouldn't, right? Going up. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so for Malagaro, when he puts all the purple on the floor, just move away. And then he spawns like a clone. Just kind of dodge him a little bit. We don't really have good Chaos Res at all. No one has good Chaos Res at this level. So that's why he does so much. Okay, and then Dodre. Now, Dodre is a little funky with this build. Dodre has a mechanic where there are 3 pillars, and you essentially line of sight Dodre's mechanic behind a pillar, But the problem is, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, we have Righteous Fire, and you can't really easily turn it off, so Righteous Fire will kill the pillar. So usually, I just tell you to kind of just chat it up and face tank, and that usually works. So here's an example of what I mean. We're just going to fight her. I think you can curse her in this mode, because I'm going to. And then she's going to spawn the pillars, right? And now I just press my flasks, and you just kind of fight her. Because if you go behind the pillar, RF's going to kill it. So we just kill her instead. Alright. Now you fight Trinity. The Trinity is an amalgamation of the three. Trinity is going to have a lot of mechanics. We're going to try to simplify it. So try to get her out of the middle. It doesn't really matter that much, but it just kind of helps a little. When she does the big ball attack, if she ever does it, you don't want to be in it. That's the Chevron Book attack. That's the Malagaro attack. Right here, when she goes away, start preemptively throwing fire traps to kill the scorpions. They do a lot of fizz. Again, try to keep her on the edge of the arena here. You can fight her in the middle. It's just harder. She's going to do that big ball attack. You want to move away. It's going to fly through the arena. This is why I like keeping it on the edge so you don't have to worry. Then again, scorpions are coming. Drop your fire traps. Don't forget to curse. If you're going to get surrounded, use your frost blink. Go back to hitting her. Again, try to position the orbs so that they're not going to kill you. And then she just goes down. Goodbye. Also, there are these pools on the floor. Don't stand in them. You get different effects based off of which one you're in. They're bad for you. Okay. Did we get a ring upgrade? No. I used to be a big hot tub enjoyer. I used to use that hot tub like crazy back at the old apartment, and then I got a little fungi on my foot. It was this tiny little black spot, and I picked it off, and I'm like, why is my skin missing there? And then I stopped using public pools and public hot tubs. Not good. Not good. It wasn't like, it was just like a little bit bigger than a speck on my toe, like, you know, where the nail is. And I was like, what the heck is that? And I just took like nail clippers and poked it out, and my skin came out with it. It didn't hurt, but I'm like, there's supposed to be skin there. That can't be right. So then I was like, you know, I'm just gonna stop using like public pools and stuff. I have to say, I haven't had an issue since. Wait, why is this, what is this layout? What the heck? IRL HP move. Yep. Turquoise amulet. It only took us to level 63. Okay, what's our other one? Item level 10. Guys, it's not that big. Do we get an upgrade? We got an upgrade. It has fire damage. It's not very good, but it's a tiny upgrade. Do you plan on multi-streaming to YouTube? If I can get everything set up in time and I have no problems, I will multi-stream for one day. I now only multi-stream during events, and that's it. It's just a lot more work for basically very little pay, and I don't like doing that because I already kind of have enough work.
I cannot do this yet.
Do we go up to go right? No. We go down. Sanctity. Here is an overview of the passive tree. It should look very similar to the PoB. I think now we are going up here. The granite, that's nice. Wait, why am I in ossuary again? Do I need something from you? Oh yeah, lab trial. Okay, we still have to go back and do tunnel in Act 9, but that's not really a problem.
It would be wrong.
Let's go do that right now. Now the thing is, for Labyrinth, when we do this lab, we actually want to pivot. We want to pivot one of our gems. You remember that Swift Affliction we talked about leveling like 13 years ago? It's time to finally use that. When we do our Labyrinth and we ascend and we take Ramako Sun's Light, we are going to drop Combustion in favor of Swift Affliction. And this is because Combustion's minus fire res won't really work well when we ascend. And don't worry, we'll talk about this in detail when we ascend. It seems like the Labyrinth is before the waypoint. I don't know if it's always like this, or at least the Labyrinth trial. On a side note, for people who have donated, subbed, gifted, thank you so much. We will talk about that. I'll say thank you to everyone individually when the run is over, but I don't want to have it kind of clog up the run. You know what I mean? It's also ideal to have another Swift Affliction. So when we use this Swift Affliction, you want to get another one to level up. And that is because RF will also want Swift Affliction, but later. And for people who are going to ask, why do you use Swift Affliction with RF when it doesn't work? You can go check out my FAQ. It'll explain that to you. Or you can just simply understand that without the use of Life Tap, you cannot run Swift Affliction. Perfect. We can go ascend. Okay. This is 68. We're 63. We're a little under leveled. Okay, when you see the golden doors, it means you need a golden key. Golden key, it means you need to go to a side area. Or, I forgot, did they change it so in Merc Lab, you don't need the side area, it's just right here? Right? Am I confusing too? Oh yeah, here it is, here it is. Okay, perfect. I can't wait for that pop to be 10%. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good!
The weary traveler draws close to the end. The Emperor beckons.
Okay. Let's put this point into some int. We're gonna go across, grab Cruel Preparation. I think I'm happy. I may have missed something, but I don't think so. He says no two battles are alike, but ascending in lab always feels the same. I throw fire traps and then wait for him to finish emoting so I... What the heck? You'll get out of here, Ghost. Get out of here. Oof, oof. What am I doing here? What the heck? Okay, here we go. Oh. Wait, that is so troll. He frostwalled on the freaking... He frostwalled on the spike. Like, what? Can you not do that? Yeah, I think RF bossing actually gets slightly buffed in this patch.
Time comes to strike. An emperor strikes with nations converge to a entertain power is to dance with death.
Yeah, I mean, regular RF builds, aka mine, don't use Hinekora for bossing. That's Hateful Accuser, which is also my version, but not the version that most new players play. And for generic RF, you get 12 fire multi for 1 point, so it got slightly buffed. The thing about Hateful Accuser, though, is you could go 15 seconds without a pop, and then you pop, and the boss dies in 10 seconds. Sorry, the boss dies in 5 seconds. So, for regular Hateful Accuser, I think one could argue that it's better in some cases and worse in others. But consistency is up, and I think that when you're playing a build, and you're limited by a mechanic, you can be as tanky as you want, you can do as much damage as you want, but when you're limited by a mechanic, it'll feel bad, right? Now at least you have double the proc rate and you can scale damage. So, you know, it'll kill a T17 boss in 4 explodes instead of 2, but it'll happen twice as often. So I just think it'll feel better.
Go to Hinekora.
Okay.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. The Empire awaits you.
Getting close, getting close.
Nobility is a lie.
Ooh, ooh.
Of tyranny is inescapable.
Okay. Click that, click that. Click the ascend. %4 quality. I'll take that. Okay. Now this lab is big. This is giving us Ramako Sun's Light. This is making your character an excellent mapper even on budget gear. When you do this change now to Ramako, there are a few things you gotta change. Number 1, we are no longer using flammability. So flammability is gone. Instead of flammability, we are now using punishment. And the reason we are using punishment is because minus 20 fire res that we just took is a fixed number. Meaning, if a target has 232 fire res and you stand still, they have minus 20. Vice versa, if you strip them by 80 fire res and they're at negative 60, and then you stand still, it's still minus 20.
What is it?
So, at least I'm pretty sure that's never really going to happen, though. So now we get punishment instead.
Watch yourself.
And you want to do punishment with life tap. So, all we got to do for that is we can move Flesh and Stone here. And then we can put you right there. And then we can get a life tap. And then I do have to switch. Here, we can do that. Yeah, we get life tap. The next thing to do is you would want to replace combustion support.
Be well.
Combustion support is the support gem located right here. You want to replace this with Swift Affliction. And the reasoning for that is because the more damage over time is simply better than the 17% more fire. And the reasoning is because the minus 10 fire res does not do anything for us anymore, because we are no longer benefiting off of minus fire res. And all of that is because of this node right here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try to use our chromes and hit green, 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 red. It should be really easy to hit. Of course, we hit the colors we tried in like 20 chromes before. Okay. So let me put the boots on. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I have life tap on Skitterbot. That's not correct. We need to fix that. So I'm just going to take out that life tap. We don't want that. Okay. Now the damage overall is a lot better. To trigger the standing still, you don't literally have to permanently stand still. Even in the time it takes to cast punishment, you are considered standing still. So you see this rare? See how he's taking no damage? Okay, well, he got one shot by the explode, but that's beside the point. See this rare? He's taking, like, no... Okay, surely, at some point, we're going to be able to use this as an example. Hold on. 5%, by the way. Okay, just wait. Alright, you see this guy? He's taking no damage. We stand still, and then he takes a lot more damage, right? But, even in the time it takes to stand still, right? Like, throwing fire traps is standing still. Pressing punishment is considered standing still. So you're a lot more mobile than you would think, right? And when it comes to clearing with Righteous Fire, you don't need to stand still at every pack, right? Just simply doing that, he's dead. Like, that's all you had to do, right? So that's one really nice thing about the way this works is people see the stationary tag and they get really off-put by it. But when you're mapping, you're not really that stationary. In fact, at the ending of your shield charge, there's a little bit of delay, which triggers the stationary tag, right? Every time you frost blink, at the end of the frost blink, there's a tiny delay. That is enough to trigger the stationary tag. And all you have to do is trigger and explode to get your clear going, right? So that's why it's kind of nice. You're a lot more stationary than you would assume. Yeah, there we go. I'd say the only time it becomes a problem is when you're bossing. When you're bossing, you absolutely want to be stationary as much as you can. And for those scenarios, what I like to do is literally stand still, hold down Fire Trap, and then reposition with your Frost Blink so you don't die. Yeah, Valenta, also known as Vienna Sausage Boss, has a lot of degens. Just don't stand in them. Every 30% HP, they kind of like fly around and do this weird attack that shouldn't really do that much damage to you because you're RF. You can kind of see right... I think it missed me. Okay, I'm trying to get hit, but they're really dumb, so I don't really know what to do about that. Sometimes if you want to, you can just stand still. Like, that's allowed. Sorry, I kind of zoned out. My back was hurting, and I was kind of just trying to, you know, trying to void it out. Good time for a coffee break, yeah. Okay. Next up, we got one little shitter boss, and then it's time for Katava.
Until next time.
And then our campaign run comes to an end. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you did, let me know your favorite thing in the campaign. Drop a comment down below. And if you think there's something I can do better, feel free to drop it down below. but understand that these videos do take a lot of my time, and I will do my best. Alright, Torch Quartz. This is another good spot to level, kind of like the previous one a long time ago when we fought Innocence. Nice. A big thing to do, since we're nearing the end of the campaign, is looking at your gear and seeing which is the worst piece. Remember in Trade League, highly recommend first purchase with a couple chaos goes to Immortal Flesh Belt. Second purchase, hard to say. I'd maybe look for a cheap 6-link if you can find one really cheap. You don't want pure armor. You can use pure armor, but pure armor is harder to color, and you're going to end up using less duration as a link. If you know what that means, then good for you. If you don't use pure armor, because it's a little harder to understand. You can go with an armor ES body, and that's pretty good. Cloak of Flame is ideal, but Cloak of Flame is very expensive to get early and 6-link. It will be multiple divines, whereas you can typically get early 6-links much cheaper. When you're higher level, maybe like 80 or so, and you want to push higher single target, that's when you pivot into an Elder Helm. You can see my website under the crafts tab for all of this. Some more couple chaos uniques that take you pretty far. You can use one Pyre Ring, which is good, but at this stage I probably wouldn't because it can mess up with your exploding by removing corpses. A Kikizaru Ring, if your sustain sucks, is okay. I typically drop Kikizaru around the time I have Immortal Flesh, and that's because I want my rings to be Amethyst to help cap my chaos resistance. Rise of the Phoenix is a fantastic cheap purchase. It will help give you a bunch of fire res that you need. It will also assist you by providing life regen, and synergizes very well with your next Ascendancy, which allows you to hit easy 90 max res. An option that I kind of like a little bit more, but they both work well, is Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker has incredible armor on it, insanely high block, and rolls 10 to 20% physical damage taken as fire. What Dawnbreaker does is it basically makes your character a lot stronger against physical damage, and that is kind of your weakness on this build before you incorporate Endurance Charges, Cloak of Flame. Those two will kind of help you a lot with the phys mitigation. Your weapon, you're looking for Damage Over Time Multiplier. Damage Over Time Multiplier is your strongest stat for scaling, and the reason it's your strongest stat for scaling is because you have so little of it and so much increase. So Fire Damage Over Time Multiplier is ideal, but Damage Over Time Multiplier is also fine. So that's going to be typically found on your weapon and your jewels and your amulet. You also want to try looking for high life across your gear. You want to be aiming for probably 4 to 4.5k life. Maybe that's a little bit high, but you really want life. Life is very big. Understand your character will feel kind of squishy when you enter maps, and that's not because RF is squishy. It's because you're running maps with campaign gear, which you're not really supposed to do. But when you have a build that's very good at leveling in the campaign, it kind of spoils you and you forget how poo-poo your gear is, right? Like, you know, I'm definitely not looking at these 2 rings, right? There's also a weird pivot where it's more expensive to make your character tanky than it is to build damage. And RF is kind of in between those two, where you can do good damage with RF for map clearing. It just takes a little bit of currency. It takes you some gem levels. It takes you some actual levels. But have no fear, RF can tackle all of that content in maps on a very small budget, right? Other than that, moving forward, Ignite Proliferation is a very big source of damage. You're going to get this probably closer to like 85, 90. You can find it either on a cluster jewel, or you can get gloves with the Searing Exarch implicit. From here, I'd say, you know, look at the POB, go through the gear, understand it, because This is the part where it's impossible for content creators to teach someone Path of Exile, right? And it kind of just comes with time. We can spend a lot of time making a POB and telling the player what to do, but until you get into the game and understand how to farm currency, you know, what you're supposed to be doing, it just becomes a little bit of a nightmare. So don't feel, you know, don't feel stressed out. Just jump in maps and just start playing the game. You're going to die 600 times. It's normal, right? It's going to take time for you to learn this stuff. One other mention I'd like to say is when my RF gem gets 20 quality, I like to swap efficacy back instead of ink AoE. Because you kind of get the AoE back, and efficacy is a damage multiplier. Ink AoE can only take you so far. I would say one other big thing that players want to focus on with RF is getting yourself into yellow maps and doing your trial. When you do your trial and you ascend, your cold and lightning is going to max your maximum fire, which helps you survive elemental damage very well. Furthermore, there's something I was going to mention. Oh, yeah, here we go. Your Pantheon is very big, because around the time when you're doing Uber Lab, we're going to be doing an aura swap. To do the aura swap, you do need to get a Void Freeze. To do that, you just open up your Atlas, which I can't show you because I migrated everything, and you search Capture Merveil the Return. Then you run that map with a Divine Vessel. That's going to unlock freeze immunity for you. That is key in dropping Purity of Elements so that you can basically use proper auras. Purity of Elements is like a Band-Aid aura. And then if you open up the Path of Building, sorry, I don't know why I said it like that, and you look at the level 90 going block-based, that is where you want to aim. That is where I would say the build is actually tanky and satisfying. Till then, you're a little, again, squishy, and that is just because we're incorporating new layers, such as block with recovery. I think a lot of people give up a little too early on RF and just prefer to play like glass cannon builds because they're a lot simpler to build. You just build damage, get very minimal survivability, and kind of go. But I promise when you properly play a character and have a mixture of defenses, good survivability, good recovery, and okay damage, it feels very different. It's like it's eye-opening in Path of Exile when you're not scared of every single mechanic. Okay, it is Kitava time. Now, for Kitava, pretty straightforward on what you gotta do. We're just gonna go face here. This Burning Ground, you should not tank. You should run to the side to, you know, help manage that. Dodge the hand. Just blink over it. That's the degen you want to get out of. This attack, you just kind of don't get overlapped by it, and you'll be okay. That thing does constant periodic damage, so don't stand in it. It's bad. Just to show you. If you feel like you're running out of flash charges like me, simply open up a portal and just come back like this. Very easy. Be careful when you do that. Some skill effects will be hidden. So when you teleport and come back, you'll be invulnerable. You might want to just wait for a little bit. Alright, here we go. The last of the Kitava's heart. Kitava officially slain. there's our deaths and played. Not bad for a YouTube run, to be completely honest, with commentary and breaks. From here, I would recommend spending your gold, opening the path of building, and reading the notes section on the level breakdown. I think it's like 60 to 80. What I like to do here, and this will be nerfed in the new patch, but just to show you an example of some affixes we're looking for, I'm going to spend the remaining gold I have gambling, so you guys can get an idea of what I'm looking for, right? So, my helmet, I guess, so none of my pieces have life regen rate. I'm just going to gamble a helmet just to show. So this is a prime example of a very good helmet. The colors don't match, but we could swap around different colors. This is where you have to start using your chromatic orbs. If the problem is if you gamble a hybrid piece, so this would be hybrid, it's strength int, it's half likely to get the life regen rate roll, and that life regen rate is very important for us. So I'm going to give an example of how much sustain we get just off of that 14% roll. And the better our character is, the stronger this 14% will scale. So just that 14% is boosting us, what is that? 70 life regen? You get 7, 14, 21, that's 2100. And then every level and every time you take life regen nodes, it's going to be more and more and more impactful. That is why that is a very important stat. And it goes up to like 21 or 22%. Then the last thing we're going to do here is we're just going to go claim our points at here. We're going to type /passives and it should show 23 points. Oh wait, do I have to go here and then claim it here? Okay. From here, you're going to have your quest line where basically you talk to the guy up here and he's going to tell you to start running maps. That is the start of basically post-campaign content. All right. /passives. I forgot Queen of Sands. Okay, Queen of Sands is easy. That was Shakira. That is Act 9. Just do a quick redeem here. Thank you, Shakira. All right. I go Cruel Preparation, and then I believe we go Breath of Flames and Heart of Flames. So considering my gear is not that amazing, you could definitely be closer to 4K life when starting maps. One other tip I will provide is if your body armor has no life roll, like mine does, but if it doesn't have a life roll, you can take a mastery for 15% life. This is very good, but understand that if you're taking this, you will have to constantly swap your mastery around if your new body armor has life. The last thing we're going to do, we're just going to do a quick showcase of all of my gear and the gems. Here's a weapon. The reason I chose it is because it has big fire damage. Multiplier would be better, like fire multi or dot multi. I am using Skitterbot here. I recommend you follow the PoE for the auras. If you want the more damage version, you copy what I'm doing. This is my helmet. The reason it's armor energy shield is easy colors for RF. We have elemental focus, increased area of effect, righteous fire, and burning. All of the quality here came from Labyrinth. I recommend dropping increased area of effect for efficacy after you get 20 quality. The reason I'm using the helmet is it has a good life roll with a fire res roll, and the intelligence was needed early game. If not, it's still good because of the life and fire res. This is my amulet. Yeah, this is my shield. We're using it because it has okay regeneration alongside life. Remember that strength also gives you a little bit of life. That is why we chose to use this. I like gambling armor-based shields because they have a life implicit. Here we are using Malevolence and Flesh and Stone. Here are our rings. Yeah. This is my body armor. I chose to use it because it has very high life, a suffix open for fire res, which does give life regeneration because of our mastery. So for example, if we take off the body, you'll see the life regen fluctuate quite a bit. We are using Life Tap, Punishment, Flame Golem, and Frostblink. You don't need Life Tap on the Flame Golem. It can cast totally fine without it. Remember, if you want more life regen, consider Stone Golem instead of Flame Golem. Here are my boots. They're unethical. I'm using them because they have good movement speed, good life, they have a dexterity roll, and we could craft fire res. The reason I went with armor evasion is it's a lot easier to get these colors for fire trap. Trap in mind, swift affliction, fire trap, and life tap. Remember, you don't use swift affliction early. You want to use combustion instead. When you ascend and you get Ramako, that is when you do the pivot and you switch combustion. You also switch your flammability when you get Ramako. In my gloves, I have life tap, faster attack, shield charge, momentum. You don't need this. This is to go faster. The reason I chose this base is because we want the 2 greens. It's easier to get on the hybrid piece, which is here. I chose these because they have good life along with fire res, and I'm happy about it. This is my belt. I picked the belt because even though it doesn't look like it has a lot of life, it has a total of like, I don't know, 50-something strength, which gives another 25 life. Then the life regeneration plus the fire res is pretty nice. It's probably close to like 100 life regen. Sorry, 60, 70. It's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. You can see my passive tree and flasks. I don't really roll my flasks in the campaign, to be honest. So this is just what I've got right now. You could drop a Quicksilver and go for a Silver Flash for Onslaught. That's about it. As for where we're going with the passive tree, we're hitting Breath of Flame, Heart of Flame, maybe 1 Ignite node to make things feel a little better. And then it's either Life Mastery, Cluster Jewel, Jewels, Endurance Charges, going block base. A lot of things kind of depend on where we're navigating, where our gear lies, what we find. That's pretty much about it. I'll just do one more check on the masteries. Corrupted Blood Immune, so you don't have to deal with it. Reduce crit damage, because it's really nice. You could take 1 max all res. I prefer crit damage reduction. 50 flat life regen. When your life regen feels really good, you want to drop this and instead take this one, which reduces enemy recovery rate. This is a multiplier to your damage against anything that has a regeneration aura. Is also very good for T16 mapping when you're doing Maven Witness. This one has 1 life per 1 uncapped fire res. To understand how much heavy lifting this does, when I drop this, I'm going to go down to 400 life regen. That's how big that is. Okay. Over here, you should take the mastery for 12% fire multi. We don't have it in 3.27, but you'll see one. It's 12% fire multi. It's very good. I think it's like ignite duration on you lasts longer. That doesn't matter because you're unaffected by ignite with this node. So it's just strictly a good point. Over here, I have less damage taken from over time. If you want more damage, instead use 10% damage over time multi if you've killed recently. And that's it. So thanks for watching, YouTube. I hope you guys enjoyed the run. I hope it's helped you guys kind of get situated, learn the build, understand where to go. On a side note, Marauder's kind of buff. Look at that. I'll see you guys all later. Take a screenshot and show me what your character looks like in the comments down below. This is mine. Take care, and thanks for watching.